You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Wednesday night, April 20th, 2022. The chat could let me know if the audio and video is okay. What are we doing today? We are playing Case 2 of the Martian investigations. Case 2 is subtitled The Deep Fears. Deep Fears, yes. We played Case 1 last night. Took us about 4.5 hours, I think. I expect about the same time for this one. This is a print and play game based on Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, written by someone named Robin David in 2016. And Robin David has gone on to publish a couple of retail board games, one of which is gotten some high praise. That's Letter Press, I believe it's called. Deck building word game, similar to paperback. This one, there are only 2 cases, so this is the second and final case. No reason to expect there would ever be any others. And it hasn't got much attention on Board Game Geek. You can download it from Robin David's website, where he has a bunch of games that he's created, and you pay for them. You pay for the PDF downloads, and it's like $2.50, $4 for both cases. If you haven't watched the first case from yesterday, that would be a good place to start rather than the second case, because we'll be continuing in the same exact world on the same planet, Mars, in the same settlement. So this would be a weird video to start with, and I would encourage you to not watch either of these 2 streams until you decide that you're not going to download and play the game yourself, which I would recommend. If you have any interest in these games, play them yourself, and then you can watch the streams and see where we differed. This will be full of spoilers. You can only play these games once, so again, if you're going to play it, don't watch the stream. All right, let's catch up with the chat here and see how everyone's doing. Jonathan was saying, I was curious if anyone has any other suggestions for mystery games, mystery movies. So we've started a thread suggested by one of the viewers of the channel. I see it feels like that chat window has gotten more transparent. I'll try to fix that on the next break. So anyway, on the Board Game Geek Guild forum for this channel, for the Co-op for Two channel, there's a new thread where we've been posting all of the movie recommendations that get suggested during the course of this stream by me and others, and it's getting pretty big. Jonathan is reminding me to observe the time slip at midnight. That was something from the first case, and we were wondering if it's a real sciencey thing. They were saying at midnight you stop the clocks on Mars to sync back up with Earth time, so that I guess the calendars can stay synchronized. But that's a very weird concept, to have a period of the day where no official time is passing. Back to the movie and TV recommendation thread, which is growing quite big. And I'd encourage you, if you haven't visited the Guild section for Co-op for Two, there's a link on the YouTube community tab where you can find it, or other places. And Jonathan was saying, are there other mystery in space movies? I seem to remember a couple. One with Bruce Dern, an old movie with Bruce Dern as a farmer in space, on a station of sorts. But I can't remember the name of it. A sort of mystery set in space. If anyone can remember that or look it up, Bruce Dern. I'm a fan of Bruce Dern. Bruce Dern had some great movies in the old days. One of my favorites, I love the old 70s movies. Terrorism was big in the 70s, and there are some really good movies centering around terrorism. Bruce Dern did one called Bloody Sunday, which is quite good. And he did this other one where he was a farmer in space, something like that. He was a caretaker of a space station, and I believe there was a mystery involved in that. I've printed out case 2 here just as yesterday. I made a couple changes. I put the directory up front, and I printed out copies of the maps. There's 3 maps in this game. We'll read the introduction, which explains it a little better, but I've got them separately so they're easier to mark up. I'm going to try using this tiny little notebook to keep track of places we go. And maybe I won't bother marking on the maps when we go someplace. That seemed a little overkill. All right, anyway, catching up with the channel. Reza says Silent Running. Was Silent Running the Bruce Dern movie? Or something else? What else should we talk about? I was thinking, should we have little intermissions in the middle of these streams where we make some coffee or talk about other stuff? The movie IMDb confirmed, says Reza. Okay, Silent Running. I might be just imagining that there was some mystery involved in that movie, but that's my memory of it. Let's read the introduction here of case 2 and where it differs from case 1. If you'll remember, after our case 1 playthrough, we were... Oh, yeah, let me say that. Let me remind us what our expectations and our attitude towards this game is. It's a little bit of a weird feeling when you review a game that someone else has made, and if you don't know anything about them, if you can just view them as a non-human thing, as a non-entity, then it's just, if you have bad thoughts, you say, this is a horrible trash game, we didn't like it, it was terribly designed. If you meet the person beforehand, it puts you in a very weird position, and it doesn't feel good to say bad things about someone's creation, especially when you know how hard someone must have worked on it, etc. That's not to say we didn't like this game. We quite liked it, but this is a game. These are notoriously hard to play test, these kinds of games that can only be played once and require many hours to play. And then compound that with the fact that this was never released in retail. It doesn't have a company that can organize playtesting. It was released basically as a print and play thing. So we don't expect it to be as polished, as perfect, and we're going to be gentle in our criticisms of it as we play it, and we're going to judge it as sort of a work in progress and judge it for what it is, which is a very impressive accomplishment by someone. We shouldn't forget that these games are not just thrown together. There's a lot of work involved. So we're going to be a little gentle about it. And to remind everyone of sort of our general take after yesterday's playthrough of Case 1, it felt like we were all sort of pretty happy with this science fiction-y world that was created, and wanting a little more in terms of core, meaty mystery. Felt a little easy, a little straightforward, and especially coming off the Postmortem LA series, which would had some of the best writing in any of these games ever made by a professional writer, totally emotionally and psychologically engaging. It's hard to compete with that, and the contrast is pretty stark. which is a good time to plug my review of the 3 Postmortem LA games. If you haven't watched that on the channel, you might consider it. All right, so Drunk Tiger says audio video is clear, all good here on Mars. 14-minute comms delay. It kind of reminds me of the Apollo playthrough that Greg and I did, which was pretty hard to watch, but was funny. Okay, so let's take a look at, let's read the introduction here. So the directory and the main map is essentially the same, but not exactly. And let's, in fact, take a look at the introduction. We've got 3 maps here. The main map of the settlement, bank settlement, that's where we are. But we've also got a map of the mole hole, which we'll talk about in a second. They're mining that and using it for geothermal heat. And then we've got a map of Norman headquarters. You remember Norman Security is the corporate-run security operation on this planet, on this settlement. All right, let's read our introduction here. Okay, contents of this document, Robin David O'Keefe, same as before. You're welcome to use the map, but you can't redistribute it. He's crediting NASA with some of the photographs we've seen. There's Robin David's website where he's got this and other games. Okay, different play testers and proofreaders. Again, a credit to Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and Gumshoe. And he's added a little bit here. This is new. It says, Kim Stanley Robinson's Mars trilogy served as inspiration for the setting in the Martian investigations. In particular, these books taught me specifics about tented cities and moleholes, the enormous drilling operations intended to tap the geothermal potential of underground Mars. If you're eager for some hard science fiction about the terraformation of an entire planet, they're an excellent read. So there you go. Now we've got a book recommendation that inspired this and inspired this sort of hard science, dry approach that you see in these cases. And then a little warning: completing case number 1, Death on the Rust Planet, complete case 1 before attempting this case. This case relies on some prior knowledge of bank settlement and contains significant spoilers for case 1. So there you go. Confirmation that you should not be watching this if you haven't watched case 1 first. Okay. And in the chat, we have Surviving Mars is a good video game. Mars colony building game. Interesting. I do not know that. And of course, the classic board game Terraforming Mars, which is now spun off into card game, etc. It's a fantastic board game. It's one of our favorites. One of my wife's favorites, for sure. Okay, let us get started and read the introduction here. It's been a month since your first case in bank settlement concluded, when you discovered that the murderers of Mel Chang Wilkes were in fact Norman Security employees. Habitat Corporation's headquarters responded with outrage and assigned you new orders to investigate other potential cases of Norman Security negligence, corruption, and criminality. You're also to cover any other serious cases that might come up in the meantime. Subsequently, you have spent much of the past month in your hotel going over old Norman Security case files. As per your orders, scientific access to the bank's mohole is now regularly granted. They didn't let us in last time, now they will. Norman Security continues to act as a security force, monitoring increased access to the mohole and ensuring the security of essential services. Morgan Tana's killer, Wotan Dub, has disappeared from banks. Records regarding his current location are unclear. Remember, he was the scientist who killed this guy for blocking access to the mohole and tried to extort his brother. The past month has also seen increased tension among the industrial workers in banks who have been campaigning for increased safety standards, particularly in the mole hole itself. The public response to this campaign has been mixed. Okay, the rules to this case remain the same as the rules in case 1. Note that this case includes expanded maps with locations that may not be recorded in the directory, but can still be located in the casebook. Also, there are some locations that are neither the maps nor the directory, and can be found instead by speaking to key people throughout banks who will give you the location coordinates to refer to in the casebook. Lastly, note that the directory has changed in the months since case 1 concluded. Auxiliary tunnels can be found in the T section of the book. One auxiliary tunnel has further detail in the J section. Offices in Norman Security are in the N section. This is just map stuff. These sections should not be browsed randomly, but instead treated in the same manner as the rest of the casebook with purposeful and planned movement. I think it's basically saying don't just randomly start searching locations until you have a reason to. General rules, read through the opening scene, consult the colony map, directory newsfeed, you go wherever you wish, consult the directory. There's no limit to how many places you can choose to visit. When you're ready to solve it, you go to the resolution. Don't go and look at the questions until you are ready to solve it. There's no going back once you have, it says. Keep track of your score. It says you'll be awarded for points for correctly answering the resolution questions. There may be other events that also modify your score. Now, when we played it the first time, we thought we might see something like when we read a paragraph, it would say you've lost some points for that. When we played case 1, we discovered that's not how it quite worked. In the very end, it said if you ended up visiting this place, you would subtract something from your score. If you visited this place, you would get an increase in score. So we should be aware, if we cared about score, which we don't, then we might try to avoid going places that we think we shouldn't have to go, which we generally play anyway. All right, here we go. Are we ready for the opening scene? Last chance to catch up with the chat. Anything else anyone wants to say before we jump in? Is there a term for the kinds of books, science fiction or fantasy, that are like focused on hard science without emotion, sort of avoiding soap opera stuff? They're sort of all about either politics or hard science, and very little, sort of almost as if you were writing as an autistic, without sort of understanding of human behavior, but much more focused on just the facts. And I don't know if that's a genre. You might call that a hard science book or something. All right, here we go. We're going to read, since there's no... I have to remind myself, I don't want to be one of those channels that keeps asking questions and then has to wait for the 8-second YouTube delay back and forth. So just to remind you, you may talk amongst yourself. You should just feel free to shout out suggestions that I don't need to hear right away, of places you want to go, etc. And then I'll just sort of try to keep the train running. All right, here we go. Let's read the introduction. It has been a month since... we read this. Opening scene. 11 March 2307 AD, 1423 to 23 p.m. at the bank settlement. So our last case was 8 February. We've jumped ahead now about a month. Today, like most days over the past month, was spent in the comfort of your room at the Clarendon Hotel in Banks Settlement. Since you concluded investigations into the deaths of Mel Chang Wilkes and Morgan Tanna, you've spent each day looking through past investigations conducted by Norman Security. Incompetence and corruption by Norman officers seems to be a recurring theme. Your room is by now very lived in, with clothes scattered around and a vid screen playing old programs in the background. Your databed beeps, alerting you to a message from someone called Eugen Kuno. And to remind you, I'm going to mark things as we read it that we might want to follow up on. Okay, someone called Eugen Kuno. This is particularly surprising because your contact details should be secure. The message simply reads, "Are you aware of the 4 deaths that occurred yesterday in the Mohole?" Rather than respond directly, you call Will Ng, the head of security in banks. "Was there an incident in the Mohole yesterday?" you ask. "It's nothing, just an industrial accident. I have people looking into it." You remind Will that while you are investigating Norman security, any events of significance should be relayed to you. He grunts in reply, This suggests, Will, that you're withholding information from me." "You're being ridiculous. I can't tell you about everything. 4 men died. It's not uncommon." "Regardless, I'll need to look into it." After some back and forth and a threat to relieve Will of duty, he begrudgingly agrees that you should proceed with an investigation. "It's not like I can stop you," he says. "Do you know that you're the only person on banks with full security clearance? You should just get on with it. You'll want to be down in auxiliary tunnel T1873. That's T1873 on any map you see." You hear him call at somebody in the background. "Oh, I'll have one of the admin staff send you an overview of the Mohole with the relevant tunnels enlarged. Just, will you try and stay out of the way? What with the miners pulling their slow workday stunts, now the scientists accessing some of the tunnels, production down there is slowing to a crawl. Thank you. Will you have whichever officer is responsible for the investigation meet me at the scene of the explosion?" He agrees, and you ask for the names of the 4 dead. Before he answers, you hear him tapping on his data terminal. So he's checking, he's bringing them up on his screen. Right. The names are Kira Maddox, Michael Pastel, and Van Umber. They're all industrial workers. The 4th person is unidentified, but we have scraps of lab overalls suggesting they come from one of the labs. Only scraps? The explosion was huge. There are no bodies to speak of. The officer in charge didn't even bring the remains to the infirmary. Just had them disposed of in the normal fashion. That's all I have in the report here." He pauses. "What do you hope to uncover exactly?" The normal security stuff, what caused the explosion and what those people were doing down there, and then the obvious question of who that 4th person is." He grunts. "Well, don't forget to put on your exposure suit before leaving the bank's dome. I sure wouldn't like to see you suffer the effects of exposure to Mars' atmosphere." He laughs as you both cut the call. So we had no indication that he was a bad guy in our previous case. He's just a corporate security guy who doesn't like someone snooping into his business. He gives us names of 3 people that are known. They're workers. And then we've got our first mystery. Who is this unidentified person in lab overalls? And they were disposed in the normal fashion. If you'll remember, they basically used them for fertilizer on Mars. So we might want to check the greenhouses or botany thing. So he said our character actually explains what are we interested in. This presumably would be what the kind of questions we'd get at the end. What caused the explosion? What those people were doing down there? And who the 4th person is. Okay. And then we've got a nice little photo of Mars. All right, you'll remember Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective often has newspapers that have relevant and irrelevant stuff. And is our 2-page newspaper for Banks settlement, or all of the settlements on Mars, presumably. Okay, so we've got the weekly mohole production, which was found in our first case, wasn't relevant for us, but here it is. Figures represent percent weekly change in the overall amount of digging, ore removal, and ore processing. So Banks is down 9% since our investigation this week. We're slowing things down, or the striking troubles. It's interesting. We played Gumshoe in the 30s and the post-mortem case in the 40s. Back in the 30s and 40s, huge union struggles. And here they are still going on Mars in the 2300s. So boroughs, these are different settlements. We're here in Banks. And you can see there's a bunch of different settlements on Mars, each running independently. Everyone's down except Burroughs and Atwood. Transit to Burroughs temporarily halted. Industrial action by transit operators in and around Burroughs has forced the settlement to close its transit hub for the next 16 hours. Those heading to the space elevator should note that its hub is unavailable to all except industrial operators. We'll have more details as they emerge. More disruption in the Banks mohole. The unofficial Industrial Workers Union of Banks mohole has issued another threat to Habitat Corporation, this time threatening another series of slow workdays. No union members were available for comment. In what can only be assumed as an act of cowardice, the union has not made the names of its leaders public. So, corporate-run newsletter, corporate-run town, does a slightly negative slant on the union. In an official statement, Habitat Corporation said, "The mohole is the lifeblood of Banks, and these threats made by miners threaten the very existence of Banks and the livelihood of all who live there." MSSA, the Martian Safety Standards Authority, gives Banks ore processing an A rating. The Martian Safety Standards Authority, MSSA, has addressed the safety standards of the Banks primary ore processing plant. I want to check that out. And granted it an A rating. Every ore processing plant across Mars has likewise been granted an A rating. Like many of the ore processing plants, the Banks plant is a largely automated facility. Most of its staff are employed in administrative positions. Ambassadors to attend Bester Conference. The next week will see ambassadors from all of the large Mars settlements converging in Bester to discuss new precedents for regional representation. The Martian Treaty states that the interplanetary corporations responsible for establishing our modern and permanent habitats on Mars in the 2270s must make space for a Martian-led government no later than 2315. The Bester Conference will be the first concrete steps in this direction. Must make space for a Martian-led government. Interesting. So I guess they're saying that currently we're sort of we're a colony of Mars without our own independent government. We're being run by Earth corporations, I guess. Bar brawl in Banks. Another report of violence on the streets of Banks has surfaced. Yesterday, a man was attacked in Wrecking Bar. That's a bar we know about. A popular late-night spot for local industrial workers. Norman security were quick to arrive at the scene, and one arrest was made. A Norman spokesperson has explained that the perpetrator of the violence will spend the next few days in jail, pending further investigation. They have requested for witnesses of the crime to contact Norman Security and make a statement. Little's Canteen awarded Best in Banks. Little's Canteen has won Best Restaurant in the annual Best in Banks contest. To celebrate, they are serving a special dish this week only, Little's Waffles. Further Best in Banks awards are to be announced over the course of the week. So if you're interested in some space waffles, that's where to get them. Okay, announcements. A reminder that any science personnel who wish to access artifacts in the bank's mohole must now make formal requests to the bank's licensing department. Access requests will no longer be processed by Norman Security. Science personnel should use the ACC11 form, which can be found on tt:normanbanks.mars Requests should make scientific credentials of the applicant clear and provide a reason for access. Tourism is not a reason. Please remember that the bank's mohole is a busy industrial site. 30 new workers are expected to arrive in banks by next week. Those who need to relocate to new residences have been informed via datapad. Deadline for relocation is 14 March 2307. Fines and potential cell time will be issued to those who fail to relocate as ordered. So you just get a message saying, pack up and move to a new place. Okay, here we got letters to the editor. These uppity miners need to just pull their socks up and get their noses down. There's no ailment that hard work doesn't cure, but it seems that these workers will do anything to avoid doing their job. That was written by Nick Hearn. He's the crank that writes into the paper every case. He was in the first case as well. You actually got penalized for visiting him because he's just a crank that complains about everything. Okay, a little bit of humor there. For the longest time, our mohole was the top mohole for production rates on Mars. It breaks my heart to see us drop like this. Hopefully things at the mohole will settle down soon, when the research teams get into a routine and stay out of the way of key drilling sites, and the miners finally put their grievances aside, we will be able to return to our record-breaking drilling rates. Fuji Rico, Mining Liaison's Office. Okay, we saw him last case as well. He's a common writes in. Here's another letter. Antisocial behavior in the Greenbelt needs to be clamped down on. What are Norman up to? Are they so busy they can't station a patrol in there during the evenings? With all those bars and the miners blowing off steam, things always seem to get out of hand. You would think Norman would be trying to stay in our good graces after the debacle in February, but apparently they are apathetic to the whole situation in banks. And that's Andres Inocencio. It's a weird name. Sounds like a fake name. All right, we've got some advertisements here. Do you have a story that would suit the bank settlement newsfeed? Contact Zayanki Publishing to share your news with the settlement. Okay. Faulty datapad driving you mad? Get yourself down to Midtech Personal Communications to get hooked up with the latest and greatest in datapad tech. Satisfaction guaranteed? Not really. We were there last case and we were not satisfied. They did not help us. The Wrecking Bar is going to get crazy this weekend. Beers from Moorcock Breweries are back in town with all drinks at astounding prices. The theme on Saturday is anything but clothes. What does that mean? Okay. Find God, find grace, find redemption. All of this only in the Mona Church. Come speak with us. A bunch of the paragraphs we didn't read in yesterday's case one were church entries. So we didn't visit at the churches, and this seems like it's maybe nudging us towards the church. Not every serpent should be feared. If you are done with a life of fear and servitude, the Neo-Voodoo Church of Banks can guide you to a more fulfilling life. Okay, we've got another church. Brooks Hobby and Games provide the latest in tabletop games, RPGs, and datapad games. We're having sales throughout the month of March with daily deals. Come down and grab a bargain. Okay, so we tried to go there last time and there was no one there, but maybe this time there will be. Okay, so that's our newspaper. Some interesting places to follow up, but not much. And he said, have someone meet us down in the tunnels where the explosion happened. And where are we told? Okay, so the tunnel is T1873, where it happened. Okay, auxiliary tunnel T1873. So let's now take a look at these maps and get our bearings. So here's our settlement from the first case. I believe this is unchanged. There's the mole hole. We remember our hotel is somewhere in here. There's the Central Plaza. Our murder last time took place in the greenhouses and in the tunnels under B. Okay, so here we've got details of the bank's mole hole. Report for Detective Haley Bendis, that's us. Map is not to scale. Tunnel locations are indication only and can be accessed using the north wall elevator. The mole hole is 12.2 kilometers in depth. That's, I think, about 6 or 7 miles. Probably closer to 7 miles. There are 2,311 auxiliary tunnels. These are found under the T designation. Only auxiliary tunnels surrounding the incident on the 10th of March are noted on this map. Contact the mining liaison's office for more detail. Okay, so you can see this is actually the tunnel expanded in detail of where the explosion occurred. We asked him to send us some maps and details of the scene, and he did. So what have we got here? Artifact find. That's labeled as J7. So in this tunnel, there's an artifact they found. And then J6 we can visit in our booklet to see about the west excavation. J5 in our booklet is the site of the explosion. And T1873 in our booklet is access to this tunnel in general. This is access to the mole hole main shaft. So I guess that's how you get into this tunnel. Okay, let's see what else we've got here. So we've got a section in our casebook, a J section. So J2 would be access to the ore processing, J1 access to drilling and operations, J3 the north wall elevator shaft, which we are told in our introduction. Let's see, where did they just say the way in? I guess it said it here. Tunnel locations are indicated can be accessed through using the north wall elevator. So here's the north wall elevator. Okay, so we might want to check that as well. So, and then it's showing us on this map, there are other tunnels. We can't visit any of these other tunnels, I believe. Well, I could be wrong. No, okay, I'm wrong. So I know we've got entry on our tunnel, but apparently there may be other tunnels that we can visit. And then there's north wall elevator shaft, section 101. Okay, so we've got the elevator shaft that's going down to the bottom and all these tunnels coming off it. And here's our tunnel here, 1873. Not quite all the way down. All the way down is the mole hole base. Exercise extreme caution, mining in operation. Oh, and look, here's a little inset showing here's where our 1873 tunnel is. Pretty cool map, right? Like here's the top of the mole hole. Here's the section of tunnel that is relevant for our investigation where the explosion was. And here's a little blow up inset of the bottom of the tunnel. Pretty nice, pretty cool. And we've got an artifact. And it looks like maybe, were they trying to maybe close off this tunnel? I don't know. Pretty cool diagram here. Okay, and then let's just take a look at our Norman headquarters map. What have we got here? So here's Will NG, our guy that we're in contact with, the head of security. Where's his office here. Officers open detective room. Lois Lloyd, we don't know who she is. Site management. And then we've got cells. Oh, look at that. These are indeed prison cells where they lock people up. So in the basement, they've got cells. Jewel Dames and Wayne Chan are the two Norman security officers who were running the extortion racket. And they are now locked up in cells. We don't know these other people. And then the main holding cell is currently vacant. Okay, so those are our maps. There's our introduction. There's our newspaper out of the way. We've asked to be met at the crime scene, so that is no doubt where we should begin our case. Let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and get into it. And if you've made any observations of places you'd like to go, that would be a good time to mention it. And I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back here watching Co-op for Two. We're about to get started with Case 2 of the Martian investigations, the Deep Fears. Seems like we're in general agreement that we should go down into the tunnel and see the scene of the crime. It reminds me of yesterday with the case. We were talking about the Chekhov principle. If you show a gun on the wall in the first scene, someone better get it down in the second scene. And I was proposing a new principle called the Martian artifact principle, which is that if you talk about Martian artifacts in Act 1, we better be knee deep in interesting Martian life forms in Act 2. So I am hoping that we see more about these Martian artifacts in this case. All right, we've got a bunch of people to look up in the directory as well at some point, but we're going to rush right down the tunnel because someone's waiting for us down there, and we want to see the scene of the crime before it gets too disrupted. So we're going to go right down to T1873. I'm going to start trying to keep track in this little notebook of leads. We're going to experiment with different ways to keep track of things. I'm not going to mark in the map, but I am going to mark here. So we are going now down into the mole hole to tunnel T1873, which is basically asking to go right to the entrance of the tunnel. You can see that the site of the explosion is actually at J5, so we'll look that up separately, but we'll start by going to T1873. And sorry, I wasn't showing you that properly. So T1873 looks like it's referring in the casebook when we look it up, like we just go right to the entrance of the tunnel. And then we can later go to the site of the explosion. But let's start by going to the tunnel. Although we could also visit the elevator shaft and all that. But let's start by going right down to T1873. So we're in the T section. Here's 1873. I've got my new things to cover up better, which I took from one of the other channels that was doing Bureau of Investigation playthrough. I forget what it was, but he was using these things to block out stuff, and it makes sense. At the entrance to the tunnel, you meet a security officer named Melly Kitts. Under order from Will Ing, she has come down into the mole hole to assist in your investigation. The scene hasn't been kept secure, she says. Investigations were carried out, and then the security teams reopened it to drilling ops. It wasn't my call. Just the nature of the job here. Norman have it filed as an industrial accident. A robot blew up and took the people with it. We should go in and take a closer look. So you're blaming the robots. That's what happens in the future. Everything gets blamed on the robots. Robot blew up. Train crashed. Probably a robot blew up. All right, so this is just teaching us a little bit how to navigate. We went to the entrance. We met Melly Kitts. And I'm just going to write down that we met Melly Kitts. And now it's just telling us, go in and take a closer look. So now we're going to walk up to the actual scene of the explosion, which is J5. So let's just mark we read this. Very helpful to mark when we've read a clue. That way when we, at the end, when we want to look what we've missed, it's easier to identify. Okay, so here's the J section. We're headed off to the scene of the explosion. Here it is. It's actually all full page. Continues. Okay. Scene of the explosion. J5. Security officer Melly Kitts points out some of the features at the scene of the explosion. These folks were not very deep into the tunnel. It's unclear why the group were in this particular spot. Maybe they were just passing through to see the artifacts at the end of the tunnel, but that's incredibly bad luck. There's nothing in this particular section, really. What about the artifacts, we say? Well, further in is the site of one of the principal artifact finds. The scientists have been clamoring to see it since the mining teams first uncovered it last year. Just this month, the science teams got limited access. The explosion was clearly massive. The walls are blackened, and there are bits of metallic shrapnel stuck in them. Some parts of the ground are now fragile and cordoned off. In fact, it's remarkably dangerous to be in here right now, says Kitts. She continues with the tour. So the robot was here, she points. Don't be surprised at the size of the explosion. These robots are absolute beasts. They have to be able to churn through the rock down here, so they have so much potential energy in them. The bodies of the 4 victims were just charred lumps. Luckily, we found 4 datapad identifier chips, which are hardened against this kind of thing. So, were these really the bodies that they said they were, or did someone plant these datapad identifier chips for us to find? There's also the tunnel access logs, which show who came and went. That's meant to be an automated system that picks up the datapads of people who pass through. An alarm is meant to sound if somebody passes through without a datapad or with an unauthorized datapad. 3 of the chips we found belonged to our victims. The 4th belongs to a miner called Val McCall, who works in Auxiliary Tunnel 2310. That's T2310 on your map. But we've heard from her since. She says her datapad was stolen. So that leaves us a 4th mystery victim. Okay, so one of the chips is from someone who's alive and well. Where can I see the mole access logs? Norman Data Center should have them. Norman Data Center should have them, but I warn you, I've already seen them, and they're mostly useless. Sighing, you begin to stroll more around the cavern, inspecting the tangled machinery. So let's talk about this robot. Didn't it have any kind of safety measures to prevent this kind of thing? Do they frequently just blow up? I don't know about the frequency of explosions. If one blows up and no one's around, it won't be reported to Norman. But yeah, there are meant to be safeties. Drilling Ops or HatMat, the company that builds and maintains the robots, they should know. Drilling Ops or HatMat, that's the company that builds it. Will Ing said you would have reports on the individuals for me. Sure, but they're not much to read about. Kitts transmits the short case files to your datapad. Okay, so here we go. The 4 deaths got little reports each. LL1H77. They're all March 10th. Kira Maddox. Athletic build employed at drilling and operations headquarter in bank settlements. The employment file blank. We can't look up these directly. They're just telling us. Death by malfunction of drilling robot. Explosion reported by Tel Engineering. Bodily remains reprocessed. I don't believe we can look up these. There is an F section, but I think it's not numbered like this. Okay. Michael Pastel. Employed at HatMat. Where they build the robots. In bank settlement. See employment file. Death by malfunction of drilling robot. Explosion reported by Tel Engineering. Okay. They're always blaming the robots. All right. Our third body, Van Umber, another athletic male, employed at drilling and operations headquarters. See employment file, death by malfunction of drilling robot. They're all... One is employed at drilling and operations headquarters. One is employed by the robot company. And this guy is again in drilling and operations. And then we've got our unidentified individual. Further details unclear at this time. Death by malfunction of drilling robot. I'm just going to put scene of crime details. Scene of explosion, really. We don't know that there's a crime here. Let's not jump to conclusions as a detective. We don't know there's been a crime yet. One last thing, Kit says. The explosion here damaged the shaft beneath. T1874. You might want to check that out too. Interesting. If we assume that someone caused this explosion, we don't know why, we don't know who their target was, we don't know if they were trying to kill these people or damage the shafts, maybe even damage the shaft below. All right. I have to say already this one is more compelling to me, but this case compared to the first one, but that could change. All right. I don't know if there's a better way to keep track of things we want to look at, but I guess I'm inclined to follow this person's lead. Let's get a feel for the mole hole. Let's check the tunnel below it. I think we do. So T1874 is the tunnel below. Let's go there. Okay, so here's the tunnel below. A miner meets you at the entrance of the tunnel and asks if you want to have a brief tour. He shows you the damage to the roof caused by the explosion in the above tunnel and explains how dangerous his job is. We have to put up with so much. The mortality rate isn't too high, but it's high enough that there are a lot of close scrapes. It was just like this out on Habitat 2. Remember that? That's where we used to work. Here, we miners that have been asking for more safety standards from Habitat Corp, but obviously that kind of thing is just futile. Anyway, that's why a lot of us have been striking and doing things like slow work days. And GravTech have been doing work to improve safety standards down here. They're on our side. You should go talk to them. Okay, GravTech. So previously, when we were reading paragraphs, we were marking in our directory where we wanted to go. Maybe we'll challenge ourselves to not do that this time. We'll just sort of mark stuff on pages and we'll come back. Okay, so he says GravTech have been doing work to improve safety standards. They're on our side. And if we look, let's look at where we just went. So we just went to the tunnel below us. Shall we go, just for sake of completion, to the tunnel above us? Let's just go up here to see 1872 to make sure. Is there an entry from 1872? No. Okay, so there's no entry for 1872. I just wanted to cover all our bases if the explosion was targeting something else. All right. I think, keeping with the same spirit, we should investigate these other locations in this tunnel, especially the artifacts. So let's make our way through this tunnel. We went to J5, the site of the explosion. Now I think we go to J6. Let's just get a good feel for this place. Okay, so J6 says the west excavation is featureless hollow. There's nothing of interest. So they dug out there. They didn't find anything. They stopped. Okay, now J7, which is the site of the artifact. Whilst drilling auxiliary tunnel 1873, the miners apparently broke through into an already hollowed chamber. There is currently a massive alien artifact in this cavern. The artifact itself is some kind of enormous pod, shrine, or maybe a kind of coffin. The shell has cracked open and there may be a Martian body inside. It's difficult to tell. The Martian Technology Institute and Martian Archaeology Center have been here recently and have left various tools and computer devices lying around. Well, this is sort of matching Jonathan's comments about our last case being sort of setting the stage as an intro and building up to this. So like, I love that we're getting teasers about this artifact that I really was curious about in case 1. There could be a Martian body inside. That's huge, isn't it? All right, so we may want to visit these places to see about it. So let me mark here that we, J6, J7 is Martian artifact. Okay, Technology Institute and Martian Archaeology Center. I feel like if we don't start recording locations in our directory, we're going to run into some trouble. So maybe it is time to start doing that. So Martian Technology Institute and Martian Archaeology Center are here. I'm going to start a new system. I'm going to write next to it where we learned about it. When we visit it, we'll circle it. So I think what I'm going to do, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to back up a bit. So 187, T1874, and I'm going to record these other places. So GravTech. Where is GravTech? Should be here in here. GravTech T1874. Okay, so we learned about GravTech here. And then J5 was our scene of our crime. Okay, I'm gonna do this stuff. So Norman Data Center is at the scene of the crime. We learned that Norman Data Center has logs, so I'm recording that here. Okay, Val McCall works in auxiliary tunnel 2310. So I guess we should mark that here. 2310. She works down near the bottom. All right, and then if we look her up in our directory, what's her name? Val McCall. Why isn't she in our directory? Why isn't this person in our directory? It's a little odd, no? Val McCall. I guess we're going to find her when we visit this tunnel. Okay, Drilling Ops or HatMat is the robot company, so let's get them on our thing. HatMat. There's HatMat. No, that's Habitat Mart. Habitat Mat. That must be the Habitat Mart. HatMat. That's their abbreviation. Or Drilling Ops. Where's our Drilling Ops? Drilling Operations. Headquarters. J5. Okay. So Kiramatics. Remember our motto. Jonathan says HatMat is under production. Okay, so I got it. It wasn't short for Habitat. HatMat. Yes, you're right. Okay, J5. So it's not Habitat Mart. HatMat. Okay. All right. So remember our motto: the man does not solve the case. The notes solve the case. So we're trying to keep good notes here. So Kira Maddox, I added her and I wrote down where we've heard about her. Then we've got Pastel Michael. Okay. And then we've got Van Umber. Okay. Unidentified individual. We visited this other place. We wrote down that. Okay. 1873. Okay. And then we didn't make a intro page. So I suppose I should have had a separate page for newspaper and intro. I'll just add it here. Put news here. Okay, let's go back to our introduction and see if there's anything else we want to record. Okay, so remember, going back to the introduction, we've got this message that comes that sets off our whole investigation from Eugen Kuno. So is that their real name, and are they in the directory? They are, in fact. So I'll put I for intro. Will NG, the secured Will Ing, we're told, is the right way to pronounce it. Eng or Ing. We've got him in the intro. Okay. Kira, Maddox, Michael, Pastel, Van Umber, right? There's our things. Okay, dispose of in the normal fashion. Okay. Martian Safety Standards Authority has assessed safety. Do we have them here? Are they under civics? No, but I do see licensing. I remember that was mentioned somewhere. Banks Licensing Department. Okay. So remember, we can visit the licensing department if you want access to artifacts. So they might know who's requested access to artifacts. What about the Martian Safety Standards Authority of the bank's ore processing plant? Okay, let's find the ore processing plant then. or primary ore processing plant. Okay, so we might want to visit that to find out how everything got high safety ratings. They're converging in Bester to discuss this thing. I don't think we can go to Bester. What about the union? Do we have access to the union? What would that be under? Civics? Organization? Two of the churches were mentioned in the news, so I'm going to mark them out. We know the wrecking bar was mentioned in the news. Where is the union organization? I guess they're unofficial. Unofficial Industrial Workers Union. Okay. Little's Canteen is mentioned for waffles in case you want to go down to get some space waffles. And then we've got these people here. Mining Liaison's office talking about how production is cut down. Fuji Rico, maybe we should go visit him. We tried to visit him last time. I don't think he was visitable, but maybe this time he is. Inocencio, that seems like a fake name. Indeed, it is a fake name. He's not in our directory. Okay, if you want to place an ad, Ziansky Publishing, but that's interesting. He's got an entry in the guy, Zianki, has an entry in the white pages. Mining Liaison's office. Where did we... Mining Liaison's office is where Fuji... So I'm going to put a mark in there too. Okay, the two churches I marked already. Datapad is at Midtech. That's here. And Brooks Hobby and Games. We might want to stop by and see what the latest Martian tabletop games are all about. Okay, so probably we should have done this when we read the newspaper, but I feel very good about this. I feel much better here knowing that, oh, there's the Yankee publications, knowing that we're less likely to miss places mentioned and people. Anything jump out that you noticed I forgot to do? I forgot to mark? Currently homeless because of the compulsory re-residency due to new arrivals. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, why couldn't we find... we're told where she works. Let's solve this mystery right now. Let's go, since we're in the Mo hole. This is one of the things we talk about in these games, in these Sherlock Holmes detective games, is when there's no time limit, you're going to go everywhere. So what determines what order you go places? And then it's sort of, you're in the role-playing territory or trying to follow the leads that are most useful. But this is one of the heuristics. Like, we're in the mole hole. Let's role-play. Let's visit this person whose datapad chip was found, who's still alive. She's in the mole hole. So T2310. Here she is. Okay. The sound of drilling nearer to the base of the mole hole. So we've gone down in the tunnel, taken the elevator down. We're down near the very bottom. of the mohole. Scary. The sound of drilling nearer to the base of the mohole is deafening. The temperature down here is much higher than in the higher mohole sections. As you walk into auxiliary tunnel 2310, you can see the machines at the base churning up and carrying away huge chunks of rock. A group of miners are setting up machines a short distance into the tunnel. They're all wearing ear protectors, and you have to wave and yell to get their attention. One miner, a young woman with her face blackened with dirt, lifts her ear protectors and yells, "Huh?" She switches on her data pad, which connects to your own. You communicate through direct messages. Her name is Val McCall, and yes, her data pad had been stolen, she explained. Now she has a rental one from Midtech. No big deal. You ask if she knows how it went missing, and she explains that it vanished while she was sleeping in one of the bunks they have in Auxiliary Tunnel 14. A place where a lot of the miners bunk when they're running long shifts. It's T14 if you use the elevator, she explains. You ask her about her thoughts on the explosion. She says it's tragic, but maybe it will force Habitat Corps to usher in better safety standards for the mohole workers and other industrial workers above ground. Then she indicates the clock on her data pad and rolls her eyes toward the mining operation. You leave her to get on her job. Okay. So we visited her, and she tells us that she was in T14 if we take the elevator, auxiliary tunnel 14. So presumably right near the top somewhere, but not on our map, which we were warned. Some places people just tell us about that aren't on the map. So we're going to say that there's a T14 somewhere here. And I think we should just go to it right now. We might as well chase down this lead. T14. And here we are, T14, where she was sleeping where her data pad was stolen. This old auxiliary tunnel has been converted into resting quarters for miners who are between shifts. A bunch of grubby miners are snoring in the darkness. Away to the left, you can see some showers with more miners horsing around. One miner approaches you and asks if you're lost. Clearly, you are not their kind. You explain that you're looking into the explosion that happened recently. There have been a lot of good people lost down here, he says. This place is built on the bodies of hundreds of miners, caught in cave-ins and preventable malfunctions of poor quality machinery. Just yesterday, my good friend Michael Pastel was killed in an explosion. He tears up. That's one of our victims. You mentioned that you want to bring an end to these kinds of problems. He says there's probably somebody you should meet. He disappears to his bunk and comes back shortly with a small piece of notepaper on which is drawn a crude map. Right here, you see? He indicates one of the atmospheric processors outside the oxygen scraping facility. It's not on most maps because it's just an automated facility, he explains, but the designation is E16. Okay. So he says there's someone we should meet. They're at E16. Let's go to our map here. So this is kind of cool. He says go to E16, but it's not on the map because it's automated. It's outside the oxygen scraping facility. I wonder if we can locate where the oxygen scraping facility is, just to situate ourselves here. It will be an E. area. Transit depot. So oxygen scraping is at E12. Okay, we might want to visit oxygen scraping. Okay, so E12 is oxygen scraping, which is here. And he says, hey, guess what? There's an unlabeled place. It's not on the map. It's E16. I got a friend there you should talk to. So let's go and head down to E16. Pretty cool. It's kind of cool to find places that aren't on the map. That's a fun feature. It's always fun to work on these maps, and so to have little complications with the map are quite fun. Okay, let's look up E16. Let's see who this friend is that he sent us to. Okay, so here's E16. To get to the unmapped atmospheric processor, you need to climb into your exposure suit and amble across above ground from Burroughs Shipping. You walk across the tall, cylindrical processor and see a hatch on its base. The hatch has been jammed open with a short metal bar. You climb down the hatch and find yourself in the ore processing access tunnel, having completely bypassed Mohole security. This tunnel runs from the first level of the Mohole to the basement of the ore processing plant. Giant machinery routinely moves down it at high speed, carrying huge chunks of rock. You consider that you've been sent here to get killed, but then you see a light on the opposite side of the tunnel. A maintenance room, perhaps. You dash across and pass through another door. A single man sits by a table and darts up when you enter. "Who are you?" he yells. You explain that you're trying to make sure no more accidents happen in the Mohole, and that you were told you could find some answers there. Here. He rubs a deep scar that runs across his forehead. He explains that he's here trying to rally the miners to insist on a better quality of life. This is the secret union headquarters. I'm just going to underline here the part about how we bypassed security in case that's important. But things have gone wrong, and I lost a good friend, he says. We found out that 3 individuals have been trying to ruin the efforts to unionize. And all kinds of bad shit have come from that. 3 individuals are trying to ruin the efforts to unionize. What's your name? We ask. I can't tell you. And now that somebody has leaked this hideout, I need to leave it for good. I only hope that the bank's workers can achieve a healthy system without me. It's a hideout, a union hideout. Okay. Are you going back to the bank settlement? He laughs. No, I'm not from there. I'll be going back to Mars Wilderness. Don't leave Banks, you threaten. You're a suspect in a murder investigation. He just smiles at you, knowing he'll be able to slip by any forces you send after him. That explosion wasn't what it seems, he says. Sure, the robot was sabotaged to blow eventually, but the detonation was accidental. A couple good people died there. Things were supposed to turn out differently. He picks up a bag. If you would excuse me, I need to go. You turn, feigning to leave the hideout, swing your body, kick the mysterious man across the head. He drops to the ground. You attempt to call Norman on your datapad, but can't get a signal. You make your way back to the surface and make a call from the atmospheric processor. A Norman officer says they'll be over immediately. We just kicked this guy in the head. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so he says it's a Union hideout, basically. And he says, well, I've lost a good friend, right? Maybe this is Michael Pastel or one of the others. And then he says, we found out that 3 individuals are trying to ruin the efforts to unionize. Does he mean that the guy who died, the unknown person, is the mysterious friend that he's left? And that the 3 people that were killed were the people trying to ruin the union? I'm not sure. But he says, I've lost a good friend. And then he says, there are 3 people that have been trying to ruin the union. And then he says, he's from Mars Wilderness. But then he says, the explosion wasn't what it seemed. The robot was sabotaged to blow. Sounds like he sabotaged it. The Union may have sabotaged that robot. Maybe it was supposed to blow up where no one was, and that would cause them to increase the security around, or increase safety. Remember, someone told us with an explosion, maybe they'll increase safety. So maybe the Union sabotaged the robot to cause safety to go up and slow down. The robot was sabotaged to blow eventually, but the actual detonation was accidental. I'm going to make a note here. He talks about accidental detonation. A couple of good people died there. Things were supposed to turn out differently. So now he says a couple of good people died. So he lost a good friend. A couple of people, good people died. But then he also mentions, by coincidence, there are 3 individuals trying to ruin the efforts to unionize, but those aren't the 3 dead. So 3 counter-union people, he mentions, and then 1 good friend. And we don't know this guy's name. That was very interesting. What did the newspaper say about the unions? Any mention of anyone's name in the newspaper? There's an anti-union people, new workers, church. Nothing about the union in the newspaper? Oh yeah, here we go. The unofficial Industrial Workers Union has issued another threat about slow work days. No union members were available for comment. Okay. All right. That was interesting. Okay, let's see what's going on in chat. John says, this guy a member of Rattlesnake? Rattlesnake was mentioned in the previous case. I read it as the Hat Mat guy was messing with the robot and accidentally set it off early. Okay, that's possible. That makes sense. But this guy looks like he was the one responsible, or the union was sabotaging this robot to blow it up, and it just went wrong. I want to have us just go to the neighboring, or where's our map? I think I like this idea of exploring nearby areas when something's happening. So we found this hideout connected to E12. In fact, was it, let's see, let's read where it says how you get there. Climb up, you amble across above ground from Burroughs Shipping. You walk around the processor, see a hatch, find yourself in the ore processing access tunnel. That's what E12 is, ore processing. So, and then he says, you go amble across above ground from Burroughs Shipping. Just want to look up where Burroughs Shipping is. If it's in our thing. It doesn't look like it is. It would be in retail, I guess. Oh, Burroughs Shipping. Here's Burroughs Shipping. So E16. So that's E15. Where is that? Here's E15. So here's shipping. It looks like we went across the way somehow to get to this. I'm not sure exactly how that worked. But I'm going to look up E15 and E12 these are the places we had to go through to get into E16, just in case there's anything there. Okay, so I can see there's no E15 entry. There is an E12 though. Let's read this. The oxygen scraping plant, So if you look at the maps, I'm just going to back up a little bit. There's where the hideout is. And he described that he sort of had to get in through here and here, climbing across or something. I guess maybe he went across the top, across this walkway, and then down through here. So I just wanted to check if there's anything at E15 or anything at E12. There was nothing at E15, but there is an E12. So let's read that. The oxygen scraping plant is a largely automated affair. You climb in through the building's airlock and remove your exposure suit, but there isn't much to see. A single technician sits before an array of monitors and projections. I don't see how I can help you. We have nothing to do with the mining here. Can't you read? This is the oxygen scraping plant. Okay, so it was a totally irrelevant, but it was good that we could go there. All right. What shall we pursue next? You want to check the robot people hat mat? Yes, let's do that. Okay, so now we're going to go to hat mat, which is E2. Hat mat, we're told that they helped design the robots that exploded. They are right here. E2. We didn't go into E in the first case much, so it's nice that we are going there now. Okay, there's E2. The warehouse that makes up the bulk of HatMat is an enormous assembly line which is busy constructing the various drilling robots. Beyond this assembly line is an assortment of workshops dedicated to robotic repairs. Some of these damaged robot units are carted through, blackened with exposure to explosive charges and the intense heat at the base of the mohole. Speaking to the site manager of HatMat, you learn that Michael Pastel, one of the men who died in the explosion, used to work here. Pastel was a very competent robotics engineer, the manager explains. You inquire about how the robots could have been engineered to explode like the one in the auxiliary tunnel 1873. He says, "It must have been sabotage, no doubt about it. These robots are programmed with all kinds of safety systems and can manage huge stresses. That also means they're very powerful, though. So if they are sabotaged in such a way, things can go really wrong. You need to be excellent with robotics to manage that. As good as Michael Pastel? Yeah, but we have implemented the latest GravTech safety standards. This simply shouldn't have happened. GravTech have a safety officer named Hira Shidayu, who has been working to establish new safety standards. She's done a lot of work with the drilling robots. You ask to see Michael Pastel's locker, and the site manager leads you back to the staff room. Inside Pastel's locker, a bunch of data cards are hidden behind some worn-out overalls. The site manager explains. Sometimes down in the mohole, you lose access to the data cloud in banks. So those will probably be copies of a bunch of schematics for the various robots. When you load up the files in your own datapad, the manager reads over your shoulder and bristles. Wow. Those are most definitely details on how to rig an explosive maneuver into the bots and to override the safeties. This is mad, though. Why would he kill himself? You thank the site manager for his time, reattach your exposure helmet, and head out to other locations. So, this is a little bit like our previous case of it being a little obvious here, but it seems to be telling us that Michael Pastel sabotaged the robots, unless he's being framed, but it doesn't seem like it. Sabotaged the robot to explode, but it wasn't meant to explode then. But it does sound like he's the one who probably rigged it to explode. And we also hear about Hira Shidayu at GravTech. Okay, so let us look up. We went to HatMat, and we do still want to go to GravTech, which we already wrote down, which is also at E2. Okay, so let's go. Oh, let's write down her name, Hira Shidayu. Hira Shidayu, we're learning about at E2. Okay, so we can visit her at her home or at GravTech. Normally in this game, we found it's either whenever there's two places you can meet someone at their work or home, whichever one of them is valid and the other one will just be empty. So I think we should follow up her and we should go to GravTech because that's the other place where the robots are being managed or security operations. So let's go to GravTech, which is D16. And let's see if there's anyone there to talk to us. In GravTech Research, you meet with the man who sent you the message earlier in the day, Ujin Kuno. Okay, so this is where Ujin Kuno is also. So now we know the message we got to start off this whole investigation saying, hey, you do know about those 4 dead bodies, was Ujin Kuno, who happens to work at GravTech. Now, we didn't know that before. That's quite interesting. He mentions that he has a colleague called Hira Shidayu, and he thinks that she died down in the mine. Is she our missing person who died in the mine? And he thinks she died down in the mine. Last night, a bunch of her friends, miners who he doesn't know personally, sent him messages explaining that there had been an accident. When there was nothing in the news feed, I'm just going to underline, he thinks he died down in the mine. That's huge. Is that our missing person? When there was nothing in the news feed, he knew he needed to get into contact with you. He explains that he had tried to tell Hira that messing with the miners and industrial workers here would be dangerous. Habitat would stop the miners from unionizing no matter what. I was good friends with Hira. I can't believe this has happened. She was so headstrong, always trying to buck the system. I knew it would get her hurt one day. I tried to warn her. She occasionally had miners come to visit her offices in Gravtech for a whole plethora of reasons. Partly because she was advising several of the industrial plants in the E section on safety protocols. Partly because she was rallying for increased scientific access to the mines. There was no scientific access before your arrival on Banks. Now there's some, and she wants more. She had been over in the East section in the past few weeks, though, assisting with drilling maintenance and the robotic mining devices. But Shidaya lived to work. She was always in the office, always organizing and orchestrating. Together, you go to Shidayu's office and look through her effects. There's a sticky note on her data terminal. It says, meet Jean Raison, 12 March, 2:30 p.m. at Little's Canteen. Bring safety protocol documents. Okay, so here, Shidayu is fourth dead body, question mark. And then she's got a note to meet Jean Raison at Little's Canteen where they have the space waffles. They're supposed to meet 12 March. That's coming up, right? What date does our case start? On 10 March, I believe. (11 March). Okay, so she's got a meeting to meet tomorrow. Around her desk, there's also a bunch of files about mine safety records, the operation of mining robots, miners' rights, a commemorative copy of the Martian Treaty, and a book about union organization. So she's a union person. You see a framed photograph of Shidayu sitting next to a man with a large scar across his forehead. There we go. We've now connected the guy in the hideout. So she's going to be the best friend with the hideout guy. It feels like we've blown this case wide open here. Next to a man with a large scar across his forehead. Ujin Kuno explains that Shidayu had a crazy past. She used to work in Reynolds, which was notorious for being unsafe. The mole hole there was a death trap. She was in the mines when an explosion ripped through and killed dozens of people. That man is one of the survivors. They became very close, she says. It left her quite traumatized, as you would expect, and it gave her a soft spot for the miners and their struggle for appropriate working conditions. I guess that's why she was doing all this. Okay, so Hira Shidayu is the fourth person down in the explosion, we think. She was working with the union guy, sympathetic to the union. Okay. Jonathan says, drilling ops is also related to robots. We might still need to investigate a little to make sure the explosion was a mistake on Union agents and not double sabotage. Yes, I agree. We should not jump to conclusions about that. Let's make a note to visit Shadia's home. Oh, yeah, see, I've already got that written down. All right. I'm gonna visit her home while we're tracking her down at C3. Let's see if there's an entry for C3. There is. Okay, so here's her home. Here is Shadayu is not at home, exercising a thin degree of reasonable suspicion. You enter the apartment to find it utterly sparse. She lives alone in an apartment that contains just a bed and an empty kitchen. Evidently, she lives to work. You see her work ID badge on the counter, indicating that she works at GravTech. In her room by her bed are some handwritten notes. The most recent note reads, "Put in request to view T1873, going to talk about the safety standards regarding scientific access. As good a reason as any to get the PS down there." To get the P's down there. A shame it's come to this. God forgive me. In 2 days' time to meet with Jay again. Going to owe me big for this. Interesting. So C3. Is Jay the name of her friend? The guy at the hideout? Who is Jay? And then who are the P's? So she's requesting to go into this tunnel that exploded. As good a reason as any to get the P's down there. It's a shame it's come to this. God forgive me. Forgive her for what? For organizing this explosion? That's it. That's it at C3. All right. It's very informative to go to these people's houses. I think along the same lines, we should go to Michael Pastel's house. He's at C13. I'm going to go there now. Let's see. He's the robotics guy. Michael Pastel is not at home, of course, because he's dead. You open his apartment using your credentials and take a look around. You find a handwritten note addressed to him. It reads, "We need to deal with the Pinkertons." That's our P. Pinkertons. "We've identified 3 for sure. We can talk in the meeting spot. JR will be there. If not, he'll email. Signed, Rattlesnake." Wow. That's pretty huge. So Rattlesnake was mentioned in our previous case where an old man at the park was telling us that's who to watch out for. So I think we're learning that P is Pinkertons. And then JR. JR may be our hideout guy. And then Rattlesnake left the note. So Pinkertons, is that a reference to the old cowboy days when you would have the robbers and then the like the railway train robbers? This is all real life stuff. Jesse James and whatever the gangs were that would rob the trains. The Pinkertons were the hired security that were hired to protect the trains and to track down and capture and kill the robbers. So the train companies hired the Pinkertons, I believe this is all right, to protect their trains and hunt down and kill the robbers. So is that what we're talking about here? The Pinkertons in this case would be people hired by the mining company to track down the union and crush the union members. This is Michael Pastel's place. So is JR, we can talk in the meeting spot. JR will be there. So that's going to be the guy we ran into at the hideout is going to be JR. If not, he'll email. But who is Rattlesnake? Is Rattlesnake possibly Shira Hadu? Is Rattlesnake Shira Hadu? We don't know anything about her that would lead us to call her Rattlesnake, right? Okay, and Jonathan has made a connection. J.R. Juan Rezon. Yes. Okay, so where did we hear about Juan Rezon? Did I write it down? Yes. It was found at Graviton, and there was a note to meet Juan Rezon at Little's Canteen. Okay, so JR equals Juan Rezon, who could be our guy in the hideout, we think, right? It makes sense. All right, let's go to Little's Canteen now and see if we don't get any clue that that's where Juan Rezon hang out, etc. Did we... Right. The reason we connected Juan Rezon and JR is because we know she was good friends with the guy with the scar and says Jay will owe me big time. But we don't for sure know that Juan, it seems very clear that JR and Jay are Juan Rezon, but it's not 100% clear that that's the same person that has the scar. Although it's clear that the person with the scar is the one that we ran into at the hideout, who we've kicked in the head and captured, presumably. So, did we mark in our directory to visit Juan Rezon? Now, here's a reason why it's not him. Because that guy says, I don't live in your settlement. But here is Juan Rezon. So Juan Rezon is in the settlement. So maybe it's not our hideout guy. Right? So I guess I was wrong about JR being the hideout guy and the scarred guy. That sounds like it might be someone else because Juan Rezon is in our directory and does live here. So I think our next stop is to visit Juan Rezon and to visit the Space Waffle place, the little Caesar's little canteen, and see if we can't connect this nexus. But we do have Michael Pastel and Hira Shadaya working together to do this union sabotage. Maybe the hideout guy is Rattlesnake. That's a good idea. Okay. I'm going to make a note here. Maybe the rattlesnake is the hideout guy. That makes a lot of sense. I like this theory. All right, I think it's time for another break. We'll take a break for 8 minutes. We'll come back and we will pursue on the trail of the rattlesnake and the Union people and try to figure out what went wrong. Right now, it seems like an accident, but the mention of the Pinkertons feels like it might be some anti-Union sabotage, double-crossing sabotage. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We are making some real progress into case 2. Jonathan and I were just chatting here about theories about the 3 bodies and the Pinkertons. Jonathan was saying another possibility is that maybe Hera was helping the Pinkertons. Yeah, I don't know if we're going too deep. We're gonna want to reread some of these people's information again, Michael Pastel and Shira Hidayu, to make sure that they really are all working for Union. But as Jonathan Warner points out, let's go visit Juan and help and see if maybe that clears some of this up. Okay, so Juan Rezan, C24. So let's go visit Juan and see if he can clear up some of this. Looks like he's not really going to help clear it up. It says, Juan Rezan does not answer the door to his apartment. A neighbor hears you knocking on the door and explains to you that Juan will be at work. He works at drill maintenance. Okay. So C24 goes to drill maintenance. Okay, let's remind ourselves where drill maintenance is. So Juan Rezan works at drill maintenance. Where is drill maintenance? Tunnel maintenance. Drill maintenance, E7. And that was at C24. Got sent us there. Okay, so drill maintenance is E7. Which is where Juan Rezan works. Okay, let's look up E7. Lots of activity in the E-wing. In drill maintenance, you meet a supervisor named Juan Rezan. He's willing to tell you about the tough conditions in the mine, but otherwise seems unwilling to help. When you ask him about the unnamed person who died in the mine, his face pales. She was just trying to help, he says. She was trying to raise safety standards for everyone, but it was the wrong place at the wrong time. She was used for something, not her fault. But now look. He pauses, sadness in his eyes. We've been trying to rally together as a group to fight for better working conditions for the miners. A workers' union? Sure, something like that. And she was helping with that. She had the experience and context. We've now been confirmed here that she's Shidaya Hidayu is the woman, the 4th person killed. Or that she was killed. Look, I've told you too much. I swear I played no part in this. That's a lie. We got his notes. He's mentioned all over these. He taps at his data pad and transmits a union newsletter to you. It explains about some of the techniques that union members can take to encourage Habitat Corporation to adjust the mining operations to the miners' favor. They can work slowly on established days. They can message and petition the Corp. They can just encourage visits from science personnel, and they can stand with the union on strike days. It also explains that unionization is not illegal on Mars. It is guaranteed by the Martian Charter, and that it is, in fact, the corporation who is breaking the law by trying to outlaw the union organization. You ask him what he knows about Kira Maddox, Michael Pastel, and Van Umber. He shakes his head vigorously and just says, "I'm sorry, I can't." Before you leave, you ask Juan how somebody would be able to access the mole hole from drill maintenance. He seems relieved to change the subject. He says, "You would have to go through Drilling and Operations HQ, but there is a connecting tunnel from here to there, so workers don't need to get into their exposure suits." Okay. How would you go from drill maintenance to the mole hole? And he says you would go through Drilling and Operations headquarters. So drill maintenance, where's our map? Drill maintenance is here. Drill maintenance. And how would you get from here to the mole hole? And he says you'd have to go through Drilling and Operations headquarters, but there's a connecting tunnel. So just to make sure we understand, whereas Drilling and Operations headquarters, which we wanted to visit anyway for some other reason, it's at E5. So here's HQ of drilling. So he's saying you got to go from here. You can sort of go here. You have to go past headquarters to get to the mole hole, but you can go directly there. I don't know why that's relevant to us, but E7. So he's involved in the union. He's mentioned this woman who was killed, which we think is Shadayu. We asked him about the unnamed person. She was trying to help. So I think that's Shadayu. And then we asked him about the other three, and he says, I can't go into it. So I think we know who the fourth person is. I think it's Shadayu. Shadaya Hidayu. Maybe it's time for us to go to drill headquarters. It was on our list of places to visit because it was mentioned in J5, which was the scene of the crime. Let's see how it was referenced. Kira Maddox worked at Drilling and Operations headquarters. So let's visit Kira Maddox and her people at Drilling and Operations headquarters, which is E5. Let's see what that's all about. The day manager at Drilling and Operations headquarters tells you that two of the victims, Kira Maddox and Van Umber, used to work here. They were very, they spoke to everyone, but didn't seem close to anyone. Not that I care. They came in at the same time, along with another guy they both knew well. He's called Span Patterson. He's meant to be on duty today, but he hasn't turned up and he's not answering his calls. Can you help me reach an understanding of how such an explosion could occur? Not really. HatMat or Tel Engineering may be able to advise you better. HatMat builds the robots and Tel manages the controlled explosions they occasionally use in the mole hole. They also do weapons testing out in the mesa, so, they know their stuff. Last question, I promise. Am I correct in my understanding that this building is the only access point to the mole hole itself? Well, it's the only access point for humans, but there are other tunnels for robots and utilities, but you can't get down those and stand a chance of surviving. The access point from here is an automated system. But if you're from Banks, you'll need an E-section pass to get through security there. Then here, it scans your data pad and compares that to the mole hole pass list. Real simple, and it's never been a problem. And before you ask, you can't get into the mole hole from the Mars surface. You can't go over the edge of the hole. There are massive reinforced barriers up there. It'd be an absolute disaster if something went over the edge, dropped 12 kilometers and smashed into the stuff we have at the base. So the lip of the hole is made to be both foolproof and impenetrable. Okay, well, at E5, which is drilling HQ, we learned 2 of the people work there. Kira Maddox and Van Umber work there. And then someone named Span Patterson came in with the 3rd guy when they came to work there, who's missing. You need an E-section pass. He mentions E-section pass. If we go to our directory for a second, transport, shipping, northeast airlock, south airlock, southeast airlock, west airlock. You need an E-section pass. Where's our map? I guess he's just saying you need a pass into the E areas. But I wonder if we shouldn't be looking at this transit hub for who may have had a record of getting into E-section. Check A1 transit hub. All right, we got to look up this Span Patterson guy. And I'm going to write down also a Burroughs transport at A1. I'm just going to make a note to see that. And then where is Span Patterson? Here's Span Patterson. E5. The other 2 bodies worked supposedly for Drill HQ, also Drill Ops handles robots. And he also encouraged us to visit the TEL Engineering. TEL Engineering Labs, he encouraged us to visit. They also handle weapons and explosions and stuff. All right, I want to go first to the A1 entry. The security officer by the departure gates nods at you and states that you are free to move through to the E section. You ask if there's been any unauthorized access recently. Not that I know of. There's been nothing suspicious, just the same old stuff, more scientists than usual, but it's all above board. So presumably whoever got in there had access to E section. Doesn't really help us. All right, let's continue tracing down these leads of these people in this union thing by visiting Span Patterson and seeing if he's at home. C38. It almost made it sound like they're trying to make us think he's one of the dead bodies. Let's visit C38 and see what we see. You take the elevator up to Span Patterson's apartment, cross the hallway, buzz the intercom, no response. C38, Span, Span Patterson. So you knock on the door, there's still no response, but you notice the door is unlocked. You let yourself in. Inside the apartment, blood is spattered up the wall around the entranceway. You see that a hole has been bashed into the wall. You continue to look around the apartment and you find mining overalls with Span Patterson's name printed on the breast pocket, along with the name of the industrial plant where he worked, Watney Tooling. You can't help but notice the place is well maintained with some expensive electronics equipment. In the bedroom, you see a half-packed suitcase open on the bed. Next to that, you spot Patterson's data pad. You notice that the data pad lock screen displays the most recent message that he received, but it does not show details about the sender. It reveals, "They're on to you. See me to arrange transit. Can't get in touch with the others. Can you spread the word?" What? Someone came and killed him. Now you notice a bloody handprint at the end of the hallway and then another one in the stairwell. You follow the occasional spots of blood until you get to the ground floor hallway, around a corner from where you earlier caught the elevator up. There's a much larger patch of blood on the floor. A neighbor calls to you. "That was Span Patterson," he tells you. "Burst in here bleeding, fell to the ground like a bag of rocks out cold. I checked his pulse and he was alive, so I called the infirmary and they picked him up a few minutes later." This was only about 30 minutes ago. Wow, we just missed all this. Okay, so he's in the infirmary, possibly still alive. That's a big exclamation point. And then he worked at Watney Tooling. And he has a note about "They're onto you. Tell others." So we don't know if he's on the Union team and they're on and friends with the others and they're on to him, or he's on the Pinkerton team and the Union people are on to him. Yeah, that's what Jonathan says. Is this guy a Pinkerton? He certainly could be. And they may have been, the Union people may be on to him, or vice versa. Okay, so that was pretty cool. C38. Let us, I didn't expect to get good information from there, but let's make a note now to visit the infirmary, healthcare infirmary, C38. Let's go there right now, D22. Where is that on our map? Right here's where the infirmary is. All right, let's see if we can talk to him. Let's see what he'll tell us. Let's see if he'll admit who he works for. A stressed orderly in the infirmary greets you. "We just took the arrival of a victim of a severe beating. Picked him up from the C38 apartment building. He was out cold but has just come around. You ask to speak with him and the orderly leads you to a private room as the doctor leaves. When you're alone with the patient, you ask his name. I'm Span Patterson. Who are you? I can't talk about it. Why? I need to leave. I'm done here. I fucked up. Now I need to get out. If you talk to me, maybe I can help you. No, you can't. Norman Sec were meant to protect me, and they fucked that up. I'm in the banks investigating Norman security. I think I'm one of the few who really can help you. Talk. He asked if there was a killing in the mohole last night. A killing framed as an accident? You nod. 4 people died there. 4 people? That can't be right. Something must have gone wrong. His eyes glaze over for a moment, lost in thought. Was Kira one of those 4? You nod, and he tears up. I was supposed to be there too. Those bastards wanted to kill me too, but I got tipped off. They asked us to go down as part of some safety survey with a scientist. I forget her name, a Japanese name, I think. I wish I could remember it. Yeah, Shidayu. So, after the tip-off yesterday, I spent a while freaking out, trying to call my friends, Then I tried to make my way to Norman. I got caught out on the way and attacked by some miners. Outside wrecking bar. Okay, so he's the Pinkerton. Attacked by miners. Outside wrecking bar. Stupidly, I ran home and called up my contact in Norman. She's called Lois Lloyd. She was meant to be looking out for me. She booked me a ticket to Lake Gwyn and told me to lie low. That I'd be safe in my apartment and she'd get an escort out to me to get to the transit hub. It was bullshit. I was packing my stuff when more of those damn miners broke into my apartment. Now look at me. He gestures to the bruises and stitches on his face. Actually, I should go. They'll find me here. You tell him he should report to Norman where they can put him in protective custody. He laughs at the thought of them being able to do anything to help. They should already be here, but I've not seen anyone all day. Okay, so this is fleshing it out pretty definitively, it seems. So D22 is Span Patterson, right? We know he's working with Norman against the miners, because the miners are the ones who are beating him up, right? His contact is Lois Lloyd. He says Kira Maddox was his friend. So another Pinkerton, Kira Maddox, perhaps, it sounds like. So Kira, Van, and this guy Pinkerton, Patel and Hira were the one union setting them up. I think that's right. So Kira Van. How did we know who Van was? I'm trying to remember. But he's a Pinkerton, and it sounds like Kira Maddox might be Pinkerton too. And then he says that Japanese woman those bastards wanted to kill me too. I got tipped off. They asked us to go down as part of some safety security with a scientist. Japanese woman. That's going to be Shadaya. What's her actual name? Shadayu Hira Shadayu. So that's the Japanese woman, but it's not clear what he's saying about her. I was supposed to be there too, he says. Those bastards wanted to kill me too, but I got tipped off. They asked us to go down as part of a safety survey with a scientist. However, sorry, Van is the other victim that worked with Kira. I see, right. We were told that the three of them started working in mining HQ together. Patterson, Kira, and Van. So it makes sense that they would be the three Pinkertons. Here's something that's interesting, though, that's kind of cool. In fact, it's the one part, it's one element of this case that's cool and not clear. It's interesting. The union guy, I guess, was saying that they were sabotaging the robot. The Pinkerton guy is like, they were trying to kill me, but I dodged this bullet. But the union guy is saying that the bomb wasn't supposed to go off. It was sabotage. So the Pinkertons think that they were trying to kill the Pinkertons. And the union guy thinks someone double-crossed them and caused the robot to explode when it shouldn't. So they're both sort of thinking that the other one is caused this to happen. And both a union person and a Pinkerton person seems to have been killed in this explosion. So it's definitely a mess up. No one succeeded in killing off the other guys. Everyone got killed. Okay, so let's talk to the contact, Lois Lloyd, for sure. Lloyd Lois. We learn about her at D22. All right, let's follow this lead. Jonathan says, I read it as Hira telling Kira, Van, and Sam to come with her to the tunnel as part of safety. Patel is supposed to set up the robot to blow up and kill the Pinkertons. Somehow they all got blown up. Sam got tipped off and did not go. Sam got tipped off and he didn't go. Hira Shidayu telling Kira, Van, and Sam to come with her to the tunnel as part of safety. So Hira Shidayu was trying to set this up. She's like, God forgive me. So was she trying to kill the Pinkertons and something went wrong? Let's talk to Lois Lloyd and see what she has to say. C8. Lois Lloyd is not home. You see a note has been hastily slipped under her door, but a corner is peeking out. You pick it up and read. You'll be dead before the week is out. We're stronger than you think. We're everywhere. Sorry. Okay, Lois Lloyd's not home. You see a note has been hastily slipped under her door. Corner is peeking out. You'll be dead before the week is out. We're stronger than you think. So this is the union presumably threatening her. Let's look here at the Norman Security headquarters because we happen to remember that we know her office. Her office is N5. So let's knock on Lois Lloyd's door. She's right here. Let's see if she's at work and she can tell us more about these Pinkertons. Okay, here's N5. Lois Lloyd balks as you enter her office. I really can't talk now, she says. I have an informant who's landed in trouble and needs sorting out. Yeah, we know. We just met him at the hospital. I'm going to put him in the cells for his own protection if I can find him. Really, can you come back another time? All right, so she doesn't want to talk with us. She's useless to us, but it's confirmed that he's working with Norman Security. He's obviously a Pinkerton. So let's trace down the rest of this Pinkerton cell by visiting Van Umber. C32. Jonathan says, yes, that's how I read it. Hira and Patel accidentally got killed in their own hit attempt against the Pinkertons. I think that's not a bad theory at all. I would like to reread the hideout guy because he's the guy who tells us about the accidental destination. I think we need to reread that in a second. Let's just do Umber first, and then we'll reread the hideout rattlesnake guy. I want to hear what he says. All right. C32 says, using your credentials, you're able to gain access to Van Umber's apartment. Remember, he's one of the dead people, I guess. He was wealthy and well-read, more so than your average miner. He even went so far as to own real physical books. You're able to read a journal that belonged to him. You flick through it, and most of it's pointless. There's a lot of bad poetry. One passage sticks out, completely lacking context in the rest of the journal. I don't feel right doing this job. Unionization is not illegal. It's protected by the Martian Charter, after all, but I'm contracted and paid already. Uh-huh. Right. He's a Pinkerton. He's saying, I don't feel right about this. Unionization is not illegal, so why should I be doing this? But I'm contracted. Another passage shortly afterwards. Met with Ta Hui in hydraulics. Things are getting rough, but at least he's looking out for me. He's been looking out for a few of us, doing a better job than our supposed handler, too. I guess the handler is Lois at Norman, right? All right, so where's my other thing? So this is his journal he's writing in. Okay, so C32 says, C Ta Hui in hydraulics. So this person is looking out for him for some reason. We don't know why. Van Umber, who's a Pinkerton, which makes sense. He's arrived at the same time as the other one. Drunk Tiger says, first time I've seen Jesse yawn. I have yawned before. There's a couple days when for some reason I'm a little tired. Okay, so let's see if we can figure out why this person is looking out for him. Hydraulics Ta Hui. All right, first of all, is Ta Hui a last name or first name? He's not listed under Ta, and he's not listed under Wei. We probably could find Ta Hui as a first name in this small directory. I don't see it. People continued. We probably don't need to find him in the white pages, but just for the heck of it. I don't see him. Let's find hydraulics. Let's see if we can get him at work. There's Watney Tooling that I didn't remember to write down. Watney Tooling was Span Patterson's home job. So C38, we'll want to visit that. Now, where is hydraulics? There it is, hydraulic systems. So C32 referenced hydraulics. So this is where this person who was helping them worked. So let's go there right now. Let's find that. E8. All right, so now we're visiting the work of Hua Tahui, who helped one of the Pinkertons, Van Umber. When you walk into the lobby of hydraulic systems and pull the helmet off your exposure suit, a man named Tahui Sile approaches you. He's upset that his friend Van Umber was killed last night. I'm in touch with all kinds of people here, the unionists and all. I heard three of my friends who might be against the union were individually invited to an old excavation. Then I heard other stuff about an attack. I put two and two together on that. I tried to warn my friends, and I even called Norman, but it was all to no avail. He asks if you're able to get him off Banks as he's scared for his own life. You suggest that he visits Norman for protective custody and say you will make sure that he can get to Le Guin at the next opportunity. When you ask where he found out about the attack, he clams up. Now, let me get to Le Guin. Once I'm there, then maybe I can talk. Okay. Against the union. Well, this is all feeling like it's confirming our theories. Three friends who are against the union. Those are the three Pinkertons. Van Umber. Maddox. Kira Maddox. And Span Patterson. Those are the three. And now we do find his location at C25, which we can just look up to confirm that he's not going to be at home. He's going to be at work. So C25, generic apartment building, no one's home. Okay, good. One of the things that this game does a lot, which is kind of fun, I don't remember seeing it too much in other Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective games, although it is done. But this game makes use of it more than any other I can remember, and I enjoy it, is you kind of realistically get references to people by their first name, and it's hard to look them up using that, but you get sort of a clue that you should be looking for someone with a certain first name, and then later they're referred to as their full name or initials, and you slowly narrow down to who a person's real identity is. And it's fun because it's like a little bit of foreshadowing. You hear about someone early on, you're like, wow, I want to talk to that person, but I can't. And so there's a little bit of anticipation that builds of saying, I wish we could figure out who this person was who's talked about. Okay, so we know his real name now, Hua Tahui Tsao, but we've already talked to him, and he wants to escape off the thing. But now let's just write our Pinkertons list here. Our Pinkertons list is Sam Patterson, who's alive, Kira Maddox, we think she's dead, and Van Umber, dead. So 3 Pinkertons, 2 dead, both ID'd as dead. Right? So 2 of the 4 dead bodies are Pinkertons. Now, the Union people, we believe Ahira, what's her name? We believe that Hira Shidayu was working in the Union group. She's going to be the unidentified body. Right? And then Michael Pastel, she's dead. He's dead. Michael Pastel. And that's it. Those are our 4 dead bodies, right? Michael Pastel, Kira Maddox, Van Umber. Those are our 3 dead bodies. Kira, Michael Pastel, and then Hira Shadayu is the unidentified dead body. Okay. So I think we have a very good picture for who the 4 bodies are, how they break out into Pinkertons versus Union people. What we don't know is what triggered. Here's what we don't know. We don't know the exact intentions of the Union regarding when to explode that robot. Although this guy at E8 seems to suggest that they really did plan to kill these Pinkertons, because he's saying they were individually invited to an old excavation. So that's really quite important, right? Because this piece of evidence here is the evidence that they were trying to kill these Pinkertons. They were all individually invited. That plan was to kill 3 Pinkertons. That's significant because I assumed, I was reading it, that the Union wanted to blow up the tunnel to get attention so that safety would improve, not to kill these 3 people. But now he really seems to suggest that they were really trying to kill these people. Now, that may be why Hira Shadayu was like, God help me. So Jonathan says, maybe they were planning on murdering the Pinkertons, then blow up the robot to cover evidence of the crimes. Interesting, but robot blew up. Right. So that's the other piece that we don't know, is why did the robot blow up early? It definitely didn't blow up. Things did not go according to plan, even if they were trying to kill the Pinkertons, because they ended up killing 2 of their own. But I think what we should reread now is the information we got about the accidental detonation by the rattlesnake guy. Okay, so here we are meeting the guy in the secret hideout. Okay, so he's got a deep scar on his forehead. That's how we know he's friends with Hira Shadayu. Okay, things have gone wrong and I've lost a good friend. That's Hira Shadayu he's talking about. We found out that 3 individuals have been trying to ruin the efforts to unionize. We now know who those 3 people are, right? Sam Patterson, Van Umber, and Kira Maddox. And all kinds of bad shit have come from that. He won't tell us our name. Someone's leaked the hideout location. I have to leave it. I'm not from the banks. I'm from the wilderness. I think he is Rattlesnake. Okay, now let's read this, what he says. That explosion wasn't what it seems. Sure, the robot was sabotaged to blow eventually, but the detonation was accidental. A couple of good people died. Things were supposed to turn out differently. Okay, so it doesn't really tell us whether they were trying to kill the Pinkertons or not, but it certainly doesn't say they weren't. It was just saying the detonation was accidental. So it still feels like we have to solve that mystery. Why did it detonate by accident? And it also feels like we're not going to see the Martian artifact principle in action. All right. Well, we've got more stuff to do. Ujin Kuno, we've got his home address. We visited him before. So here it just says, we visited that person at work, and I'm just confirming that if you try to go to him at home, you don't see anything. That's the guy that wrote us, and he was the guy who worked in maybe drilling headquarters or one of those. Let's visit Kira Maddox's home. She's the last member of the Pinkertons that we haven't visited yet. Let's try C40 and see what her home looks like. I do feel like in playing these detective games, we have learned one lesson, that the detective always has to knock on the home of the person who's been killed and see what clues there are there. Kira Maddox's apartment contains a fully stocked cocktail bar and an impressive entertainment center. So she's getting paid to spy on the Union is basically what they're saying here. Kira Maddox. After searching, you find a love letter. Kira, I think about you all the time. I'm so glad I found you in this assignment. I know times are tough and we're all stressed, but don't forget, we're in this together. It'll work out. We'll get this finished, get out of here, and then maybe we can see where you and I go. My heart's yours, Span. You find that she has access cards for the primary ore processing plant. So it's just telling us how she could get in there, and that's the other guy on the Pinkerton. So we know she's a Pinkerton, which we already knew that. And she's having a love affair with the other guy in the Pinkertons. All right. Let's see. We still got a bunch more places to go, some for flavor and some for real. I think I already went to A1. Yes, I did. That was just the transport leading in. Yeah, there's a bunch more places we can go for flavor. Let's see if Jonathan wants to go somewhere. We're gonna find a clear answer for the robot. Jonathan Warner says, Meta, I'm for still investigating, but I wonder if it's just human error with the robot, or maybe new safety standards changed something that caused the bot to blow. I'm not convinced we're gonna find a clear answer to the robot. My gut tells me we will. However, you have a point that the people who triggered it are all dead. My gut tells me there's more information to find out, though. I think, though, we should do a couple flavor things so we're not... Sometimes when we get to the end and we read a whole bunch of flavor at the end, it's sort of exhausting because we know it's useless. So I think I want to do a couple flavor things first. A couple of the churches were mentioned in the newspaper, so I'm going to read those now. First, we're going to go to the Mono Church. Staff of the Mono Church inform you that most miners are of the Neo-Voodoo faith. We mainly get folks from the administrative wings and the retail and service branches. That says something, doesn't it? That we generally get the smarter ones. So the Mono Church says most miners are on Neo-Voodoo, but we get the smart administrative ones. Okay, that's B6. And then B16. You speak to a volunteer at the Neo-Voodoo Church who explains that they support miner unionization. Okay, so B16 is Neo-Voodoo. They support the union. I can't give you too many details, but it would be a betrayal of trust, as it would be a betrayal of trust. But there have been some terrible disasters down in the mole hole. Things that would make your blood run cold. The Union is looking to put a stop to those kinds of accidents, to slow down the digging and take more care with regards to safety. They only mean for good. That is suggesting that maybe the Union didn't mean to kill those three Pinkertons. John says, have we been to Tell Engineering? No, we haven't yet. I do think that's a good place to go for the robot. And then for flavor, we can go to the archaeology. Yes, I agree with all that. So this does tell us that the churches, just for fun, it is kind of fun to realize that the churches are on opposite sides, right? Because the Neo-Voodoo Church supports the Union, and then the B6 Mono Church supports the admin, so they're anti-union. Kind of fun, realistic that the two churches take opposite sides. All right, let's try Tell Engineering, which we're told involves robot work and weapon work. Tell Engineering is E11. Okay. A lead technician at Tell Engineering explains to you that these kinds of explosions happen all the time. We regularly move explosives down there to blast new sections of the mole and make drilling easier. We have seismographs established all along the length of the mole, which is why we immediately know about the explosion last night. We were there before Norman. Anyway, we know that it wasn't done with our explosives. It was a sabotaged robot, for sure. Well, could it have been an accident, we say? That would be a crazy accident. All the safeties would have to have failed, and there's layers and layers of them. And the odds that people happened to be there when it went off, no chance. A robotics expert set all this up for sure, and those people were meant to be there. How about if it was sabotaged, but detonated at the wrong time? Yeah, I guess that's possible. You see, you'd have to jerry-rig so much to get around the automatic safeties. It'd be tough to manage. So he's saying, did it explode at wrong time? That's the question that we're raising there. Did it explode at the wrong time? But remember, the Pinkertons were individually invited there. That suggests that they wanted them there to kill them. So it still seems like it was planned on purpose to me. Okay. How about Watney Tooling, where one of our people worked? E4. You're about to get time alone with the manager of Watney Tooling. We're largely responsible for the construction of mining apparatus and structures for maintaining the integrity of the mole. Supports and wall linings for the most part. He tells you about some of the dangers that miners and support staff can face when working down there and how budget cuts mean that some of the tunnels are not properly maintained and reinforced. They're just left to collapse. There are some guys lobbying to make things better here, but if I catch them in this plan, I'll have them strung out. We need some safety stuff, sure, but the budget is already so tight, I don't need for more responsibilities and expenses. I forget who was working at Watney, one of our people, but it's clearly not important. I think we need to go to the canteen where they were supposed to meet. Jonathan says, I think they were going to kill the Pinkertons with some other tools, then leave their bodies next to the robot, then detonate the robot after Hira and Pastel got a safe distance. Then the Pinkertons are dead, and at the same time it looks like they were killed in a mine accident. That's a pretty... that's pretty reasonable. That's a pretty reasonable guess. Although, then you would have to... Then you're saying that our Union people were going to, like, what? Stab them? Like, commit that bloody murder? Rather than blow them up? It seems like sabotaged robot might make it a little easier. And why were you telling them all to show up there? Under what premise? Let's try these Martian archaeology and technology, D24 and D26. See if we can get some Martian flavor here. In the Martian archaeology, nobody is able to help with your investigation. But you're given a tour of some of the new Martian finds. An enthusiastic scientist explains how some of the finds show evidence of a completely separate Martian species to the other sites around the planet. Looking at these artifacts, we can conclude that they were quadrupeds, and they had much greater interest in art than the other species we have found evidence of. He points out a small, smooth, white slab of stone which has been painted. It depicts an enormous winged creature looming over the Martian horizon. Curiously, the sky above the creature shows a small blue dot representing Earth. He smiles wide-eyed. Some are suggesting that this is evidence of an ancient Martian religion. Could you imagine if this huge creature was real? It may well have been. Truly fascinating stuff. Okay, and here's the other one, Martian technology. You're immediately recognized in the lobby of the Martian Technology Institute by a tall researcher in a lab coat. He shakes your hand vigorously. I spoke to Wotan Doob only last week, and he says that it's because of you that we're able to access the mole hole now. We've made extraordinary progress here in only 1 month, and you're to thank for it. Now just say the word. What can I do to help? That's from case 1, Wotan Doob. We say, you're in touch with Wotan? You could let me speak to him for a start. I guess we want to arrest him. His face pales as he realized he may have said too much and been a little too enthusiastic in his offer to help. But after a little prompting, he leads you into Wotan's former office and indeed patches a call through for you. The reception is crackly, and you get the impression that Wotan is no longer in any of the major settlements, though he is certainly still based on Mars. Detective Bendis. Yes, I've been touring around a little, doing what I can to improve the standard of living on Mars overall. Have you been maybe working with the miners here? Helping them unionize? Indeed. It's not against the law. In fact, it's protected by the Martian Charter. Any attempts to break the unions is against the law. It's Habitat Corp that you should be arresting. Whoever has broken the law will be tried no matter what, even if those people should run to the Martian outback. We're threatening him. You see him smile a little at the thinly veiled threat. Now, Wotan, you know I want what is best for Banks. Can you put me in touch with any of the union organizers? Well, not without undermining my own credibility with them. One thing I can say is that you are likely to find some more liberal-minded miners down by the Banks monument. They might be willing to help. By the monument, he says. You thank him for his time, and he ends the call. Okay. So he says maybe by the monument you'll find some people. The monument, if I remember, I thought it was F12. There it is right there. Jonathan, I like your theory, but I feel like we should have someone else has to fill in a little bit of the blank how they plan to kill them. Hey, here's an idea. Very early in the case, we kick the guy in the head, right? Did they take him to Norman jail holding cell? Can we go talk to him at the jail holding cell? Let's go to the bank's monument first, and then maybe when we come back, we should see if he's in the jail. I can't tell if he's in. Okay, here's F12. This is the monument that that guy just told us we might visit. At the bank's monument, a group of miners are playing abstract tabletop games. Several give you short, sharp glances. After a while, a grubby miner approaches you and puts a note in your hand. He quickly walks away. You call for him to stop, but he rushes around the tunnel maintenance building and is lost in another group of miners. You read the note. It says, "We've been trying to make things better for everyone here. We can't have union breakers in our ranks. You've done the right thing in the past. Do the right thing again. Shidayu was a mistake. She was only there to provide a rationale for the visit to the tunnel. Much regretted collateral damage and a flawed execution." So we're being told now that Shidayu was the lure for the Pinkertons. I guess if we read the Shidayu thing again, we may understand better that she may have called the miners. Remember, the sabotagers, the Pinkerton people are miners operating undercover. So she may have called them all there under some false premise. That's how she got them down there. We might want to reread her thing at some point. All right. Where would we go to find out about what the Union plan was? Maybe we should take a little break here. Let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll try to figure out. We've got a bunch more places that are relevant to us, or that we've noted that have been referenced. We can go to the canteen where the Union was meant to meet up. But it does seem like the missing piece, if there is one for us, is what exactly was the Union plan? Were they trying to, as Jonathan theorized, kill them with knives and then have the robot blow up to cover the bodies? Were they planning on having them work in the mine and then having the robot blow up after they cleared the space? How did that robot accidentally blow up? We haven't talked about that, right? Like what were they doing to that robot that caused it to blow up? And is it possible that something more nefarious is going on? We don't know. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back, and we're just talking in the chat, Jonathan and I, about where to go next and theories about whether we should be able to figure out how they planned to use the robot and what went wrong. I was hypothesizing that we did find the blueprints for how to make the robot explode in Michael Pastel's place, in his work office. And I was hypothesizing, could someone have fed him bad data that made the robot malfunction and explode when they didn't mean it to? Jonathan is still fixated on the idea that they meant to kill him with knives or guns or whatever, and then the robot was just going to hide the evidence. And Jonathan's pointing out that the scene description has metal embedded in the walls, shrapnel, so maybe that makes sense for that theory, that it's sort of disguising the actual knives that were used to kill them. Let us go and read again the description of finding Michael Pastel's stuff. Okay, so here we are at E2. Let's read this. Speaking to the site manager of HatMat, you learn Michael Pastel, one of the men who died, used to work here. He was a very competent robotics engineer. You inquire about how robots could have been engineered to explode. He says it must have been sabotage, no doubt about it. The robots are programmed with all kinds of safety systems. They can manage heat stress. You'd need to be excellent with robotics to manage that, to bypass the safeties. As good as Michael Pastel? Yeah, but we've implemented the latest GravTech safety standards. GravTech have a safety officer named Hira Shadyu who has been working to establish new safety standards. She's working with him, though, so that's how they got away with it. We look at his locker. We find a bunch of data cards hidden behind some worn-out overalls. And the guy says, well, it's probably because sometimes you lose access. It'll just be schematics. But we load him up and he bristles. Those are most definitely details on how to rig an explosive maneuver into the bots and to override the safeties. Why would he? This is mad, though. Why would he kill himself? Not really much helpful information there. All right, so then Jonathan said, well, let's see if the guy, Rattlesnake, that we think is Rattlesnake, is in the jail. Let's do that. And then I think maybe we visit the technical place that knows about data cards. Maybe we can get some information about that. So first we're going to try to visit the holding cell to see if that guy's in it. Now, if he is in there, it would be the first time that the game could have potentially put someone in two places at once. So that might be a little troublesome. So it's unlikely that he's going to be in there. The holding cell is vacant. Okay, the holding cell doesn't even have an entry to look up. So we can't do that. So we can't go to the holding cell. All right, so let's try Mid-Tech Personal Communications, who we've noted from the news and we know handles data cards. Let's see if they offer any clue. A single pedestal in the center of this bare-walled store advertises the latest in mid-tech brand data pads. The salesperson explains, the mid-tech Data 5 isn't just a data pad, it's an extension of your lifestyle. It's a little Apple store here. Right, sure, you say, indicating your basic corp issued data pad. Tell me, do you guys have the ability to falsify data pad credentials for the sake of a security logging system? The salesperson shakes their head. I think you're in the wrong place. The Apple Store doesn't handle that. Okay, well, that was not useful. Our detective here is very obsessed with how you could get security access to this, but we know like the safety officer is the one who set it all up, so she seems to have an easy way in. Norman Data Center, A5. I feel like we were told to go there at some point and we didn't. Okay, here we go. A5. In the Norman Data Center, you're greeted by a nerdy-looking technician named Felix. He recognizes you from your visit a month ago. I'm disappointed that nobody's been convicted of killing Morgantana, he says, but I guess life goes on for most of us. You ask him about access requests to the Mohole. He explains that all Mohole access requests now go through the licensing department, which we haven't been to yet. Not Norman. Norman does, however, have logs regarding who has entered the Mohole. That's how we get reference to this place for logs. The system works by logging every datapad that passes through the Molehole's entrance at Drilling and Operations Headquarters. If you happen to have a stolen datapad, which doesn't have strong user identification systems, then you can walk through under an assumed identity. These older, unsecured datapads are meant to have been phased out by now. He shows you the access log on his data terminal, but the log is huge. It includes all the Mohole miners, many more workers from the various industrial plants, and now many scientists from the Martian Technology Institute, the Martian Archaeology Center, and the Paleontology Center, which we haven't visited yet. Let's make a note for Flavor to visit that place. You ask to see if there are any logged access attempts for people who are not cleared by the licensing department. It appears that everybody who accessed the Mohole was cleared to do so. Right, well, let's try a different approach. Can you do a search for emails regarding union activities in banks? I feel like I'm not being very helpful today, but I can only give you access to emails if the person is both deceased and involved in your current case. You should also be aware that it's unlikely that union members would have contacted each other using public addresses. They probably used a peer-to-peer messaging system, which Norman won't have any access to. Regardless, he submits a search to the system. It turns up a variety of emails and messages. Among them, you see one addressed to Michael Pastel, one of our union guys. From Juan Rezon. Oh, here we go. We found Juan Rezon. Union breakers have been identified. Their orders from NSEC intercepted by HS. Follow up. Okay. So HS is Hirano Sidayu. That's our other union woman. Their orders from NSEC, Norman Security. Okay, so we now know, we've now discovered how the union people figured out who the three Pinkertons were. Hirano Hidayu, or what Hiro Sidayu, stumbled upon their orders from Norman Security because she's running safety. Okay, so that was kind of useful. Let's sprinkle in a flavor one now by going to the Paleontology Center, see if there's anything there about Mars. Okay, the artifact collection at the Paleontology Center has ballooned since your last visit. One of the researchers explains that all this is in response to the new Mohole access policy. We can get down there now and extract some of the key artifacts. Incredible stuff. Beyond a tour of their collection, they don't seem to be able to help in your investigation. That's all right. We're trying to keep ourselves updated on a Mars artifact. Burroughs shipping was mentioned in E16. Let's see in what regard. Okay, so when we're in E16, which is the hideout with possible rattlesnake, why have I said that? Oh, you amble across above ground from Burroughs shipping. So I think we checked this already. So that would be E15. I just want to make sure there's nothing. Okay, yeah, there's no entry at E15. Okay. Um, let's go to the hobby shop. Brooks Hobbies and Games, B3. Let's see if there's something fun to read at B3. Brooks Hobby and Games is bustling with people playing a variety of board and card games in the venue. You peruse some of the latest titles. There's a whole new genre of games about battling the old Martian species, which are shown to be huge tentacled creatures. You don't have time to stay. There's nothing here of relevance to your case. Okay, so in the board game, the original Martian species are huge tentacled creatures. So Cthulhu creatures on Mars. Okay, that was kind of fun. How about Elevate Computer System Security? We met them in the first game. That's at D4. Let's see what this says. There actually is an entry here. At Elevate Computer System Security, you're greeted by a young woman who's been puzzling over her data terminal. You ask if it's possible to falsify credentials on a datapad to get unauthorized access to the mole. Absolutely no way. The identification systems on a typical datapad are solid, and there is a manual check on the way out to the E section. As far as I know, to get to the mole, you would need to go through legit channels to get access to a manufacturing plant, and then go down into the mole. At that point, your datapad would be logged automatically. I don't believe they check your access permits at that point, but you can expect hell later if you went in without a permit. Between you and me, though, I've heard a rumor that you can access the mole from the oxygen scraper and bypass a lot of the security in the mole. That's what we know they did, or we think they may have done. Last question. What if I stole somebody else's datapad and that person had access credentials? Any modern datapad wouldn't allow it. They're biometrically tied to their users now. With some of the older models, though, it's quite possible. This game is very focused on making us wonder, question lots of entries about how they got in there. And that's all about the person, Hiru Shidayu, who didn't have her own ID on. Is that because she's not allowed into the... I'm a little confused why she's having to wear a fake ID to get in, the safety manager. You know, do we understand what's up with that? She seems like she is saying when we read her entry that she can use an excuse to meet them down in there. Why wouldn't she be using her own card? That confuses me a little. Jonathan says, can we visit Wayne Chan and Julie Dames in jail? It looks like we can. Let's do that. N9 and Wayne Chan is N16. Let's go visit the people we locked up. Okay, Julie Dames is asleep in her cell with a thin line of drool running down her face. Okay. And then 16. Wayne Chan laughs at you as you approach and calls you a scumbag. Don't you have better things to do than bother those innocents you've put away? Okay. So, just a little bit of flavor. Just a little bit of flavor. Anyone in our directory we haven't visited? Will Ing, a person who runs all this. Well, I wonder... Fuji Rico from the news. I'm going to quickly look up Fuji Rico. Nobody's home. We've got the editor at the paper, I don't know why he would be relevant to us. Licensing department. Let's go to the licensing department. They're the people who approve people with access. Okay, here we go. A secretary at the licensing department explains that there has been a lot of recent requests for access to the mole. These largely come from the Martian Technology Institute, the Martian Archaeology Center, and the Paleontology Center. But you should know we only monitor access to the mole. It's possible to go through other parts of the east section and then down to the mole. Norman Data Center will keep logs of that. Okay, that was useless. Okay. The mining liaisons and the primary ore processing plant were mentioned in the news. Did we already go to the primary ore processing plant? It seems like we would have. That was E13. The primary ore processing plant consists of a huge automated warehouse where ore from the mole is gathered and sorted. The site manager takes you on a brief tour, explains that most of the people who work here are not in the union, at least as far as he knows. During slow work days, the processing plant continues at its normal pace. He mentions that some staff told him they received messages from Kiramatics talking about how dangerous the union is and that if it forms here, it's going to cost everyone their jobs. The same staff members came to him to ask if that was true. Just a little bit of flavor to remind us, to help us nudge that Kira Maddox is against the union. She's part of that Pinkerton team. All right, so that was E13 and was fairly useless. Oh yeah, let's go to the canteen. John says we're talking about why there's such an obsession with how they got in and whether she would use her real ID. And John says, a little bit unclear. Did they take the secret union tunnel entrance to the mole hole? I believe they did. But yeah, it's a little it's unclear to why there's such a focus on how they got in there. And it seems like everyone could have just used their normal ID information. Maybe the theory is that if they use their real ID, then that would be suspicious after the explosion, so they were trying to hide that. All right, and I have not. We went to E13 primary ore. Oh, it's here. Okay. All right, let's go to the meeting place of the canteen, D9. Let's see if we might find some clue about the people there, the union. Little's canteen is filled with scientists as usual. There's nothing to learn regarding your case, and the staff are too busy to be helpful. Okay, that was useless. What about the wrecking bar where there was news about clothing optional? A bartender in wrecking bar is sweeping the floor, cleaning up from last night. You see a trash can overflowing with beer canisters and empty liquor bottles. You ask the bartender about the fight you read in the newsfeed. He laughs and rolls his eyes. Yeah, just last night I was surprised to see it in the news because it's hardly a rare occurrence. But a guy called Span something was beaten on. He wasn't terrible. He stayed on his feet the whole time. He was just walking past the place when a gang of miners ran out to attack him, yelling stuff like, "That's Span, he's the guy." So we called Norman. By the time they arrived, Span had managed to run away and then everyone else scattered. Norman did arrest one guy, though. His name is Grony Philly. Regular customer, total asshole. I've thrown him out a bunch of times. Right now, he should be rotting in a cell in Norman. Okay. So, we got a name of a guy who beat him up, who's been arrested. I mean, I assume this guy's just going to tell us that, Span is anti-union. I feel like they're not providing any information we need at this point. But let's find him in the cell. Okay, so there he is. Grony Philly. So let's go talk to him. Grony Philly is in this small cell. He's a short, muscular man currently laying back on the cot in his cell. That Patterson guy was working against us. He deserved everything he got. If we find a Pinkerton, then we gotta teach that scum a lesson. These mines are death traps and it all gets covered up. Habitat Corp don't care about the odd miner body when they're raking in the cash. You explain that you're looking into a group of deaths in the mole. Right, sure. Don't act like you're not just another piece of corpse scum. You work for them, so you'll get yours soon, too. I'm only here because I'm in the union. It's that simple. Then he refused to answer more of our questions. So, yeah, didn't give us anything new to work with there. Oxygen scraping plant. I believe we did go there already. That's E12. We did. We went to the canteen, the bar, the churches, all the flavorful stuff. Communication. Security center. We went to Elevate. We didn't go to the headquarters of Norman Security, but we didn't have any real reason to. Wow. All right. So we're out of places. We're out of places that we've marked as wanting to go to, other than a couple of really far-fetched, unrelated places, like the publishing house. I'm going to go to the publishing house that's mentioned in the directory. In Ziansky Publishing, you speak to the editor of the Daily Newsfeed. He tells you how hard it is to get stories around here, but at least the miners provide something with their threats to strike. He asks if he can do a profile on you, following up on the murders last month. You ignore the question, instead ask why he's writing the newsfeed that strike action is illegal when it's clearly protected in the Martian Charter. We work for Habitat Corporation, so I do what I'm told. Lois Lloyd at Norman said that I'm to frame the striking as illegal, so I do. Little side pointing to Lois Lloyd as being the anti-union, the union-busting officer at Norman. Okay. Jonathan says, we could double back and see if we missed anything in the mole hole itself. That's a pretty good idea. So let's look at our mole hole map. That's a pretty good idea, especially if we're told that they snuck in somehow. So access to ore processing, we think that's on drilling operations. Maybe these two places, these are the secret ways into the mole hole. These would be good places to check to see if we have any evidence of them coming in. We did go here. And then maybe north wall elevator of shaft. I don't know why we should be looking in these, but maybe we should. All right, I like Jonathan's idea. Let's check out these places. Access to ore processing in J2. Okay, J2. The huge tunnel provides access to the primary ore processing plant. The tunnel's wide enough for massive robots to carry chunks of ore. It would be unwise to walk down there on foot. Besides, it's pitch black. Okay. So we went to J2. I mean, it's almost like, sorry, I didn't show you that. It's almost like, is the game going to ask us what route they each took? I mean, it's just bizarre that there's so much focus on getting in there. J1 now. The long featureless tunnel provides access to the drilling and operations headquarters. From there to other neighboring buildings on the Martian surface, it has a pedestrian walkway along one side, so the miners can use it to access the various buildings they may need. There are automated scanners by the entrance which record the credentials on any datapads that pass through them. If someone passes through without a datapad, the alarm will sound. All right. What about the north wall elevator shaft is J3? At the north wall elevator shaft, you're greeted by a miner who insists that the explosion was the work of the rattlesnake and tells you should lead your investigation in that direction. The rattlesnake is around. You'll recognize him by the scars on his face. Okay, so here's confirmation in a random place of our theory of rattlesnake being the scarred guy. He goes on to say that many of the miners have become cursed by the Martian artifacts because they have drilled through them. The rattlesnake wants those artifacts. He's been down in the mohole sometime during the night. You ask where you can find the rattlesnake and he touches his nose. It's a secret. So we've caught the rattlesnake, but we don't know. All right, I'm going to look at J4. There is no J4, so that's it. So we've been to the main. Well, here's another shaft down here. I don't know why. What? Let's go to the base of the mohole just for fun. J10. I can't go there. Okay. All right. Let's see what Jonathan has got on his mind. Meta, I think it might have been too obvious for us to find the secret route and rattlesnake. So the secret route did not really seem very secret or a mystery to us at all. Let's think about. I mean, I think we're probably in agreement here that this game is not. The mysteries aren't subtle and deep enough that it feels like we're over worrying about stuff that we don't need to. But I will. Let's remark on one thing. There's one person there who's found with a fake ID, right? It's an ID of Val McCall. An unidentified body with an ID of Val McCall. Val McCall is living, doing fine. She reports her old data pad was stolen a while ago. So it might be an old data pad which doesn't do biometric scanning. So it would let anyone into this area. The only person there whose body is not identified seems very clear to us to be Hirono's Soda, whatever her name is. My God, I don't know why it's so hard to remember it. Hira Shidayu. It's very clear it's her body there. The question is, why is she taking someone else's ID into that area? When we visit her home, we see the note that she's got. And it says, put in request to view T1873. So she puts in a request to view it as herself. Going to talk about safety standards regarding scientific access. As good a reason as any to get the Pinkertons down there. A shame it's come to this. God forgive me. She's putting in a request for herself to go down there. Is it that her request was denied? But I thought the whole idea was she's the safety officer. That's how she can get the Pinkertons to meet there, because she's going to say to them, hey, we need to talk about safety standards, so you guys meet me there. Why has she got a fake ID? Because she doesn't want to be discovered? I mean, that makes sense. She doesn't want to be tracked down to the place, but let's read GravTech again, where she works. So we go in there. She was headstrong, trying to buck the system. Here, she occasionally had minors visit her in her office. They're doing the union stuff. Partly because she was advising several of the industrial plants on safety protocols. She had been over in each section in the past few weeks, though, assisting with drilling maintenance and robotic mining devices. Bring safety protocol documents. I just don't understand why that ID needs to be used. I don't understand if the IDs are just checked at the entrance to the whole mole hole or would be checked at multiple points. And if we read again T2310, if we read again how it was stolen, let's see what she says. She says it went missing while she was sleeping in one of the bunks on auxiliary tunnel T14. Old auxiliary tunnel, converted to working quarters. That's the guy that recommends us. Yeah, it's just weird. Um, I find it very weird that we don't have any idea. I mean, the whole thing about the IDs getting in is weird, and why she's got the fake ID. Maybe that's just a game thing to make us try to track down what her real identity is. By giving us a fake one, we know that we have to find the real person. I still feel very weird about not knowing what happened to the robot. The mole hole itself is E1. That's not got an entry. We can go visit our guy, head of security. I don't know why we would, but I think we got yelled at when we did that last time. I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to go to Will Ing and see if he's got any general hints for us. He's not home. Nobody answers the door when you knock. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Sao Tahui, we went to his place, right? We can't go, we don't need to go to his home. Yeah, it's already been marked off. It bothers me. The IDs doesn't bother me so much, but it bothers me to not know how it exploded. You can check if we can go to any other T labels in the hole or wander around. Okay, so all of the T's are finished, so we can't go to them. So what we're doing now, we call this peeking. We're at a... Oh, let's go to Philip Groney's home. I see an entry for that. He's the guy they arrested, the union guy. He's in a cell. We visit him. Let's see what happens if we try to visit him at his home. No, nothing. All right, so now Jonathan is saying we can check if there are any T labels or wander around the Norman offices. So should we peek at any interesting locations here? Officer's bullpen, detective's room, common room, administrative office, site management. Those are all places that we might randomly go to. We don't know who Cheryl Stanson is. We don't know who Liz Idol is. We don't know who Patrell Tubbs is. I assume they're... just for flavor. I see entries. I see entries for a bunch of these places in Norman headquarters, but it looks like probably short entries, like maybe for flavor. Well, here's Will NG at Norman. Let's see if he was one of those. Will Ing, as ever, is unhappy to see you. Look, I know you think everything is a conspiracy these days, but really it isn't, just an industrial accident. Do you want me to tell you about every minor thing that happens here? You'd never have any time to get any work done, including on my regular jobs. So that's just him complaining to us. It feels like all the rest of the ends might be just flavor text. Like we're just going to get people talking to us. I am not going to be happy. I'll just say this right out. I'm not going to be happy if under figuring out how the robot blew up is not something we can figure out. That does not feel right to me. Like, he's a robotics expert. He has the blueprints that tell him how to do it. There needs to be some explanation for how things went wrong. And, you know, I think I might be coming around, Jonathan, to your theory of they were going to kill them some other way. Because why else would... We know why the unidentified woman is down there, because she's setting up this meeting to lure down the Pinkertons, right? Hira Shidayu. She's the pretense for getting them down there, is what she says. And then Michael Pastel, he's the robotics expert guy. So presumably he's planning on coming there to help set up the robot to kill them. But what would have gone wrong? Let's look at this tunnel again. Site of the explosion, west excavation, artifacts were found. I don't understand. Surely we. John says I'm okay with it. It could just be nerves that caused the robot to explode unexpectedly. Wow. Contact Mining Liaison's office for more information. Did we go to the Mining Liaison's office? No, we didn't. Let's go there, A4. The Mining Liaison's office, the secretary points out, at the Mining Liaison's office, the secretary points out the liaison's manager, Fujiko Rico. Oh, look at that. Fujiko Rico. We ran into him now. Who wrote the newspaper. Who leads you to his office. You ask him about the recent strike actions. It has nothing to do with us. We're not forming a union at all. These so-called union actions are arranged by the miners, the other industrial workers, and their own illegitimate organization. Can you give me the names of union organizers, we say. He shakes his head vigorously. Don't you get it? We are the habitat representatives. We're the ones these unionists are protesting against. It's insane. We've been running the most successful mine on Mars. Even though we have to travel a good distance to the space elevator, we were able to dig more and pull out more minerals than any other molehole. He's very proud of the Banks settlement molehole. Now, since these miners have been doing slow work days, breaking equipment, and all that other bullshit, production is crawling. Nobody would be happier than I if you could find out who's responsible for this. You mean who caused the explosion that killed 4 people? He smirks. You know what I mean. I want the molehole operating at full speed again. Find out who the union organizers are and put a stop to them. All right. J9, J10. I think we checked these already. Let's see. All the J locations in the thing. Yeah, they don't exist. Well, boy. Jonathan says, wait, these guys did all work for Drill Ops, which manages bots to some extent, right? And just for clarify, the reason I have the idea of other weapons is I don't understand how to ensure the Pinkertons would stay by the robot. After meeting down there, would Hera just told them to wait? Maybe Hera was just going to tell them to go look at the bot and then run away and detonate it. Don't forget, Michael Pastel was down there. Seems like he would be the one to be doing the blowing up of the robot. So Michael Pastel had to plan to be down there to blow up the robot. Otherwise, why would he be there? She's there to lure them there. Who's killing them? And if the plan is to blow them up by the robot, yeah, what is she? Is there any other safety place? Let's go to the survivalist that we visited last game that sells weapons and stuff. The owner of Layla's survivalist is, as usual, rushed off his feet. He explains he sells a lot of safety equipment. Can't help you any further. Feels like there's a lot of just flavorful stuff here. Okay, Norman Bank's headquarters, A6. Let's see if that has an entry of any importance. You walk into the lobby of Norman's security. The officer behind the desk bristles when he sees you. He knows you're able to report officers to Habitat Corporation in cases of insubordination. You've done that to several of his colleagues following your investigations last month. I think you'll be quite fine just going up and speaking to whoever you need to speak to. You have a copy of the HQ directory, right? Yeah, it's somewhere in my files, you say. So it's basically just saying, go ahead and use this map to walk around Norman headquarters. But we have no one that we know we should meet. We tried to meet Lois, right? We did meet Lois. She was not very helpful. She was the Pinkerton person. Let's go to the miners' pub. Let's see if they've got some more information. B15. You speak to a few patrons in the miners' pub about the union activities. Many of them are nervous about you, knowing about your Habitat Corporation connections. Eventually, one tells you should visit the bank's monument around the corner. You are likely to find someone there who's willing to help you. We did that, right? And we found the guy talking about rattlesnake or something. John says, maybe Hero was just going to tell them to look at the bot, then run away and detonate it. Let's go with this. Hero brings them down to look at the bot since they work for drill ops. Pastel's there, but pretends he can't figure out what's wrong and they need to look. While they're looking, Hero and Pastel back away and blow up the bot. Jonathan is coming up with an explanation for what happened with the bot, assuming that the game is not going to tell us what happened, which is a reasonable thing to do. Let me just point out, Jonathan, that I believe when we visit when we go to Hira Shidayu's house, she tells us a little bit about how she's going to get them down here. Let's just read this. Put in a request to view T1873. Going to talk about the safety standards. Going to talk about the safety standards regarding scientific access. As good a reason as any to get the Pinkertons down there. So it sounds like she's saying that she's going to use this as her pretext for getting them down there. That she's going to go talk about safety standards. And the Pinkerton people have to come down for that reason. Like she's calling a meeting of some miners and drilling ops to talk about safety standards. Because they all work in drilling ops, right? All three of those people. That's what we're told. Let's go look at that again. That's E5. Kira Maddox Van Umber. Then the other guy, Spam Patch. So these are the three Pinkertons are at E5. They all work at drilling operations. We say, how could there have been an explosion? He says, they build a robot. This building is the only access point to the mole itself. He says the only access point for humans. So if she calls them down for a meeting on safety, that's fine. It still doesn't explain why she wants a fake ID unless it's because she has no reason to be there, and so she doesn't want just it it's unpleasant because if she has no excuse to be there and has to use a fake ID, then how is she going to pretend that that's where she should meet the people they want to kill? They're going to be like, you don't belong here. You shouldn't have access here. Somehow she has to lure them down. That sounds like what she was explaining. She doesn't seem like she's needed to actually blow up the robot. And I don't understand why this guy couldn't get the robots to blow up properly. But I'm not sure there's anything more for us to learn about it. All right, let's what about tray augmentation? That was the place that had the night goggles. Let me just see if there's an entry on that. They're busy. Okay, so I think we got two choices now, Jonathan, you and I. Everyone else is gone. One choice is to peek around before we turn to the answer. The other one is to turn to the answer and then maybe peek around. And then the third choice is turn to the answer it, and then see what we missed. I think I'm going to suggest that we actually read the questions at this point. This really gets down to one of these metagame things that we've talked about before. Like, do you have confidence in the designer that the designer is going to provide somewhere hidden in here an explanation, in which case we should keep looking? Or do we not have confidence that the designer is going to have provided an answer that we're looking for, and so we're just flailing around and we're never going to be satisfied? So I think security, safety. I don't see anything of interest. I mean, we could go to the park where people gather, Central Plaza F5, see if people are, no, there's no entry in there about that. We could wander around Norman Security for no reason. All right, let's look at the questions, says Jonathan. All right, here we go. We're looking at the questions. We're going to reserve the right to go back. Who or what caused the explosion in T1873? I mean, it's a robot, but we're told that from the start. Why were Kira Maddox and Van Umber killed? We think we know that because they're the Pinkertons. What was the ulterior motive for this killing? Doesn't this seem like the same question? Why were they killed? What was the ulterior motive? How is that a different question? Who is the fourth person at the site? We know who that is, Shadayu. Which individual specifically avoided the explosion? What happened to that person? We think that's Stan, the guy who escaped and got beat up. Who is the rattlesnake and where has this individual been hiding? We found that person. So the weird thing are 2 and 3. And maybe 1, is it asking it for robot or is it asking it for Michael? Whatever his name is. Michael Pastel. How do you read 2 and 3? So Jonathan says, would the answer to 2 be they were down there for safety training and the robot blew up? Why were they killed? Not how are they killed, but why were they killed? How is 2 and 3 different questions? What was the ulterior motive? That doesn't make sense. That's saying that there was there was a spoken motive for their killing and then an ulterior motive for their killing. We don't have 2 reasons. We don't have 2 motives though. We just have one. What was the this sounds like it's saying what was the stated motive for their killing? And this is saying what was the ulterior motive? Okay, I think Jonathan, I think you might be right, Jonathan. John is saying this is phrased terribly, but Jonathan is thinking if we have to have a stated motive and an ulterior motive, then what we're saying is one of these is to cause an accident for safety reasons for the Union, and the ulterior motive was to kill the Pinkertons. However, I will just point out that if someone sabotaged the sabotage, then the double-crossed motive was to kill the was to kill the Pinkertons and the Union. Before we answer these, let's walk around Norman headquarters. Okay, in 11 is Cheryl Stanton, who we have no idea. A bearded and obviously hungover prisoner sits in the cell in front of you. Is it a crime to get drunk a few times? Just minding my own business in Central Plaza. These assholes come and throw me in cuffs. Sure, I drink a lot, and I'm not going to do no harm to anyone. So in the 11th cell is Cheryl. She provides no useful information. In the 15th cell is Liz Idle. A young woman sits in her cell looking downbeat. I have nothing to say to you, Cap. It ain't a crime to protest, yet here I am locked up like the other drunks. Whatever happened to the Martian Charter, eh? We're meant to have rights. Just flavor. In the 18th cell is Patrell Tubbs. Patrell Tubbs loses his temper at the slightest provocation. I don't have to tell you anything unless I have a lawyer here. Well, you do, actually. Terran laws are not in effect in banks. Here we go by the Martian Charter. His face turns purple. Screw you. A guard comes over and mutters into your ear. It's hopeless, Detective Bendis. Tubbs here is in for picking fights down by the bank's monument. He took offense to the miners that like to congregate down there. Just pointing us to the monument. Okay, so that's all of N. So all of Norman headquarters was useless flavor. All right, I think we're going to have to answer this, but I'm either going to be angry at the game, right? Or I'm going to be angry at us. Anyway, we can interact with Habit Core. Those are the most anti-union. Maintenance, waste, environmental, storage. our hotel, the university, the preschool, diplomatic conference center, the park. I just don't see anything here of any interest to us. If it was sabotage, if it was a double sabotage, it means the blueprints have to be wrong, or someone with contact with the robots had to be doing something. And we've been to all the robot places. All right, so I think it's time for us to read the solution and either be mad at the game or mad at ourselves. Let's take an 8-minute break. Jonathan's going to put together his final answers, and then we will come and we'll read the answers and talk about the case and everything else. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. You're watching Caught for Two. We're about to read the solution here. Jonathan is just giving his final answers, and I'm joking around about what could have explained how the robot exploded. Before I read the solution, let me suggest we've got our answers locked in. Basically, I agree with Jonathan with everything you're saying. We're basically saying Hero was the fourth person, everything we said before. What caused the explosion? It was a robot that was sabotaged. Why were Kira Maddox and Van Umber killed? 2 and 3 were saying one is because they were Pinkertons, and one was because to make a mining accident that would help the Union improve safety. The fourth person we know that's Hira. Then avoided the explosion. We know that's what's his name, Stan. He got beat up by the Union people. Rattlesnake is the scarred guy that we found in his secret lair. So I think what we're going to do is, before I read those solutions, I'm going to very quickly skim through the rest and look for anything that jumps out as being opening up the case to us quite differently. I'm just going to give a very quick look. What I'm looking for here is anything that might explain our mysteries rather than the game just leaving it up to our imagination how the robot exploded. And the answer is no, I did not see anything. All right, here we go, Jonathan. We're going to read the resolution now. In the lobby to Norman headquarters, an officer approaches you. We went to the hideout under the atmospheric processor at E16. Nobody was there, but there was a gold mine and evidence of Union activities. It looks like we just missed someone else in there. They must have had an alternative way to slip out. What are you talking about? We kicked that guy in the head. You curse under your breath and instruct several officers to follow you upstairs. When you walk into Lois Lloyd's office, she's making a voice call through her datapad. You found him at Departures? No, that's fine. Get him on a bus and get him out of here. She glances up at you and nods. Then she speaks into her datapad again. Anywhere, it doesn't matter. The call ends and she gives you her full attention. Detective, can't you see I'm busy? Don't worry about that, Miss Lloyd. I'm relieving you of duty. She looks shocked. Union breaking is illegal. Union breaking is illegal. There were treaties drawn up upon the colonization of Mars that state that workers have the right to free assembly, the right to elect a leader, and the right to have their voices heard. You can't be serious. I work under Habitat Corporation orders. They own this damned planet. Maybe so, but they signed the Martian Treaty in order to establish sites here, Miss Lloyd. Don't forget, you work for them too. I won't. If those miners break this to Earth media, they'll be outraged. Oh, please, like Earth doesn't have enough problems. They don't care what goes on up here. So go on, detective, lay it all out for me. All right, you hired three Pinkertons, Union breakers, Kira Maddox, Van Umber, and Span Patterson. They've been acting within the fledgling miners' union, causing disruption, trying to create infighting. That is, until their orders from you were discovered by Hira Shidayu from Gravtech Research and Juan Rezon from Drill Maintenance. We knew all this. Hira attempted to lure your Pinkertons down to a well-known tunnel, which had been rigged to explode, by asking them to accompany her on a safety assessment. Okay, so far consistent. Michael Pastel rigged the explosion site. Tahui Tsao informed you of the trap, and you tried to warn your agents. Did we know that? Yes, we did. We know that he found out, he warned one of them away. We were told that he tried to call Norman Security or something. You tried to warn your agents, but only Span Patterson got the message. Anyway, something went wrong in that tunnel. Maybe a fight, maybe just bad luck. We'll probably never know. This was the part that we spent an hour at the end. And this was Jonathan, you basically concluded we'll never know. The explosives went off, killing all four of the people there. Kiera, Van, Hira, and Michael. Some more miners tried to corner Span outside Wrecking Bar when he was on his way to see you after the explosion. He escaped, but he was caught again at his home. He was in the infirmary earlier today, and I can only assume from that phone call that you just succeeded in getting him out of Banks. That's fine. He'll be picked up by security at his next destination. I think you better let this be, Detective. Habitat Corp will have you strung up if you let a union form in their most profitable mohole. Save it. You can choose, Lois. Go pick out a cell right now, or I'll have these officers dragging you down there in cuffs. That'll look great in tomorrow's newsfeed. So here are the answers. Who's responsible? Michael Pastel set the construction robot to explode, but it was a mistake for the robot to explode when he was there. It was meant to kill Van Umber, Kira Maddox, and Span Patterson, plus 10 points. Why were they killed? Along with Span Patterson, they were acting as union breakers on behalf of Lois Lloyd. Okay, that's why they were killed. What was the ulterior motive? The union also felt it could frame the deaths of Kira and Van as an industrial accident and force an improvement in safety standards. Okay, so we got these two things right. And of course we got this right. Who is the fourth person? Hira Sadayu. Her presence was needed to provide a reason for the Pinkertons to visit the tunnel. That's what we concluded. She had requested that Van Umber and Kira Maddox and Span Patterson join her and Michael Pastel to assess the safety of the scientific site. The excuse was, of course, a fabrication. Okay, we understood that right. Which individual avoided the explosion? Span Patterson. Yes, we got that. 10 points. Who is the rattlesnake? A friend of Hira Shidayu, injured in a previous industrial accident. Now he operates off the grid, trying to further workers' rights across Mars. 10 points. He's been hiding out. 10 points. Okay, so we got everything right. If you got E8, you get 10 points for finding and protecting Tahui Sao. We did get that. And then if you visited C28, which was what? You lose points. If you wasted time by going to, what does it consider the most wasteful of time? Oh, Neckhern. That's the crank who writes in the newspaper. Same thing as last time. All right, so there we have it. This was interesting. I feel very conflicted about this. Let's see what Jonathan says. For me, the why of the robot blowing up early was not the biggest issue. Nerves made sense for me since it's a murder plot, but I think you point out a more interesting issue with the stolen ID. So let me give you my mixed feelings here. To me, the core driving point of this mystery, the core puzzle, the facts on the ground that we were working with to try to unravel felt much more compelling to me than case one. Case one was like someone stabbed and someone's blown up and you watch them lose air. So like we knew exactly how they were killed and they were each killed by one person. It seemed like everything fell into place early, but also it's not just that it fell into place early. There were no facts in dispute, essentially. This one felt much more compelling in this that we had 4 dead bodies, 3 identified, 1 not, 1 fake ID of a living person. We didn't know if the bodies had really been matched up with their IDs. We didn't know if it was an accident. We didn't know the loyalties of the 4 people. I'm talking about in the beginning. We didn't know the loyalties of the 4 people. We didn't know if someone planned to kill some of them and not others, if one group killed the other group. We didn't know if it was staged to look like one thing. It was just much more of a curious puzzle in terms of not just who did it, but what happened. So that little core was much more compelling to me. There did feel like there were some pacing and control issues, and for as far as author control of stuff, it feels like we very quickly went to the key place and solved most of it like in one step. Like by finding that secret hideout early, we sort of knew that it was about 2 groups that were against each other and that it was an accident and not meant to happen. That was giving away too much too early. This idea that once we talked to that guy, he was like, it was sabotaged, but it wasn't meant to blow up like that. That solved a huge part of the mystery that probably shouldn't have been solved. And then so early. And then, like the first case, this is a little bit of a miscue in terms of complication. Like, again, all of the evidence pointed in one direction, right? Like, all of the evidence we got from every person pointed in exactly the same direction, that these 3 people were Pinkertons, anti-union people, and these 3 people were from the union, and no counter evidence, nothing that called that into doubt ever. All we did was get more and more evidence to confirm those theories. And that feels like a sort of design issue from someone maybe who's designing their first foray into this area, that all of the evidence just stacked on top to confirm our theories. And ideally, that's not really what you want in this case, right? You want evidence that leads you astray and makes you second guess and doesn't make sense until at the end when you put it all together. So there was that part about it. But then there were these other things that were unsatisfying. One was all this effort that went into talking about how they could have gotten in access to this area in weird ways. Just a lot of sections that were talking about, well, if they came in here, they would have had their data pad scanned, and if they had an old data pad, it wouldn't match up with biometrics, and if you come in from this way, you bypass certain routes in. Just a lot of different sections focused on that. And yet, in the end, it seems like everyone who was there should have been able to get in there on their own IDs for valid reasons. Only one person ever used a fake ID to get in here. And that didn't make sense because she explicitly tells us that she's setting up a safety meeting, requesting permission to set up a safety meeting. So it's very odd that she's requesting access to set up this meeting, why she would need a fake ID. Very bizarre. So there's that whole stuff, not just the logic of it, but how the game spent so much time seeming to make it an important thing for us to try to understand how they got in there. Then the whole thing about the robot blowing up really rubbed me the wrong way. This guy's a robot expert. He knows how to bypass the safety mechanisms. Our first case was about some hacker remotely venting the greenhouse. Here we've got a robotic hacker person who's somehow on the scene when the robot's supposed to blow up. I mean, what was the... Even if you say, okay, there might have been an accident that made it blow up prematurely, why were they there? Like, what was their... How would it have gone right? You call the bad people down there, you say, we're meeting for a safety mechanism. What does going right look like? You say, oh, you guys wait here with this robot. We're just going to go in the other room and catch a lunch break while you guys stand here in this other room with the robot. It doesn't, the logic of setting up this death doesn't make sense. In fact, Jonathan's theory was much sounder. Like maybe they were going to kill them conventionally and then have the robot blow up to hide the evidence. The part of what makes this so frustrating is that it seems like it would be very minimal effort to provide that answer, right? It wouldn't take much for us to discover a note that said, here's what the plan is. We're gonna, surprise them in this room, kill them, and then we need to cover up the evidence. Like all you would need, in fact, you might not even need any of that. If you just had one clue that said that the security would be able to trace weapons to who owned them, then we'd be able to make the leap that they were trying to cover up the evidence. And maybe that would tell you why that other guy was there, because he was needed to actually stab and kill these three people. Just very bizarre that you would not give some information about that or provide some reason why they were in that room and thought it would be safe to be in the room with the robot and they had a plan to blow them up, but something went wrong. Like that whole thing doesn't make sense. So I found that very frustrating that we didn't get answers to that. Jonathan says, the why of the robot blowing up earlier was not an issue. The ID cards. Jonathan says, I did like the case quite a bit, but I think if we had not tried to track down the robot, we would have solved it about the same time or sooner than case one. Yeah, there was too much to assume. I think that's a good way to say it. If everything had made sense, but the guy was supposed to push a button and the robot was supposed to blow up in the other room, but he blew up in the different room, we could say, okay, it's okay for us to not understand exactly what went wrong here. But the fact that this entire plan of killing them in an explosion wasn't explained and didn't make logistic sense meant that what we had to invent was not only a reason why it malfunctioned, but what was even the original plan? What was the original plan to kill them with the robot that wouldn't injure you? That didn't work. The case also completely invalidated the Martian artifact principle. We got one little flavor of a Martian sarcophagus that could hold a Martian body. It was like, whoa, that's amazing. Never heard another peep about it. It is interesting that this is like the most, both cases are the most pedestrian core mysteries that could be from 1930s. One was, in this one, it's like union busting, murder, and an explosion that goes wrong. This could have been set in 1930s. Nothing would change. And then the first case was extortion by some cops. Could have been from the 30s. John says, I do think the stolen ID is unclear, maybe a holdover from different drafts of the case. Yet almost occasionally with these games, you really do feel like there was stuff put in place that wasn't fully fleshed out or hung over from a different plot idea, or you run out of time and you're just like, all right, let's just wrap it up. Maybe there was more complicated reasons why they needed IDs, but in the end they just wrapped it up. You do point out, actually, mentioning Rattlesnake as some of the nice parts. So I talked that the core mystery was more compelling to me. There were a couple of things that, from a sort of campaign standpoint, felt nice. Like, I complained about the Martian artifacts, but it was a step up. It was a ramp up from case 1. So you could imagine, if there were 10 cases, how by the time you got to case 5 or 6, more of the artifacts would start coming in and being interesting. And this is just a slow burn to that, but we never got past case 2, so we didn't get it. But another nice pro is that in case 1, we got a little bit about mention of this rattlesnake fellow, and now in case 2, we actually encountered him. And I did think there were some fun elements of this case where we heard about someone, and it took us a couple hops before we connected who was who. So we got a clue about who Jay was, and one note said Jay will be there on this day. Another note said JR, and then another note mentioned this guy, Jason or whatever it was. So we put those names together, and originally we thought that the guy we met in the cave was that same guy, but then he wasn't because he was in his room. So there were some fun parts about putting this cast of characters and who was who, right? Like, which of the people work for the Pinkertons, which are Union, which is the guy in the cave, what's his alliance. Some of that stuff was handled nicely and was fun. Not just handled nicely, but it was fun to slowly click into place. So yeah, some things worked in this case better. Some things weren't. It was also, I'll tell you what, that I don't really understand. Like, when you're writing so much text and trying to put together a complicated mystery, whatever, and you want to wrap it up, whatever, I mean, it's very easy to see why that's hard stuff to fix. However, like, I don't understand why the end questions aren't tighter. Like, what's the explanation for that? Like, we read this question, we say, who or what caused the explosion? Why were they killed? And what was the ulterior motive for this killing? Like, why don't you tweak those? Why doesn't someone say, hey, those questions are weird. They're confusing. Can't that be tightened up in some way? I mean, you don't even. It's all open ended. It's not like it's a computer is grading you. So why not just ask why were they killed, and have the players say they were killed for this reason and this reason? Who or what caused the explosion? That's again a weird question. Especially when the game doesn't answer it. I mean, we know the robot exploded, but this sort of suggests that we should know what went wrong. Just weird to me. John says, I guess I'll say, while it would be interesting to see a more hard sci-fi focused case, I'd be a bit nervous it might get beyond our reasoning. It's probably safer to take classic style case and add a sci-fi setting. I don't know. That's an interesting way to look at it. I mean, I don't know how to answer I don't know how to respond to that except to say that this was essentially a very standard noir. It's not even very noir, but this is basically just moving a Sherlock Holmes case into a science fiction setting without taking advantage of anything interesting about the science fiction setting. The setting is different. The what's going on in the world, the flavor text, the atmosphere is different, but it doesn't require us to deal with any of that in trying to solve it. It would be much more interesting experience to put us in a believable science fiction world where there might be some technological stuff that we have to think about, that we have to take into consideration. For example, things like being able to identify weapons because we're in the future and they can track the DNA more easily, or every weapon is tied to a person. Or maybe you're in an environment where certain communications are not possible or are possible. Stuff like that. Like, it was a shame that there were no technological issues or even cultural issues that felt alien. Like, it wasn't just that there weren't technological issues that were different and felt alien. It's that we're dealing with union busting and exactly the things you would deal with in the 1930s, 1940s. So there was nothing for us to really consider. We were teased about these artifacts, but never came into play. Now, I mean, I do think credit is due to the author to creating this scientific world, the science fiction world that is essentially could be talking about a mine in South Africa that a company's running. It's basically saying the world is the same in the future. It's a corporation running for profit, trying to bust unions. So that in itself is a little bit interesting, but it really felt like a missed opportunity to give us some technological stuff to try to wrap our heads around. A reason why maybe the robot was difficult to program to blow up or stuff like that. Or maybe if the ID stuff made more sense, that might be a puzzle that we'd be figuring out. Like, they can track everyone moving everywhere, and the killers had to find a way to not be trackable. So they had to use the technology for that. But we didn't get that. So I don't know. Very mixed feeling. I mean, you almost wish that if Robin David had gone on to make more cases, he would have gotten better at it. I mean, the building blocks are all there, and he's got this rich world, and I think he was getting better at it. And if he had gone on to make 10 cases, it might have been at the end, we would have gotten some really polished perfection of this system. Jonathan says, I think you're making a fair point. It just didn't bother me that much. What do you think, Jonathan, about this environment? If you had to choose a sort of world, or if you had to rank them, and you've got Sherlock Holmes cases in the 1800s, and then you've got 1930s, 1940s PI, and now you've got and then you've got like Chronicles of Crime stuff, or is in the current. Bureau of Investigation is in Cthulhu, H.P. Lovecraft, and this is in space. What's your favorite setting? Jonathan reminds us, let's keep this in perspective. This is a $3 game. I mean, we got some good entertainment for $3 for $4. That's absolutely true. This is a huge accomplishment by someone just on their own. I thought the maps were really nice. That Mohole map is very cool. I mean, it really does make you feel like you're living in a real science fiction world. That was pretty cool. And I do think it's not just that it's a real accomplishment to write this. These are very hard games to write. But it's also the fact that no one else has tried to do this. No one else has made a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective thing in the future. That's pretty impressive. Now, we should say Chronicles of Crime have recently released their newest sets, are set science fiction in future. So their new Millennium series has some cases set in the far past, but they do have some cases set in the future. And that might be the very natural thing to compare something like this with. Chronicles of Crime, not quite Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective System, but similar enough. And they have shown that they've got some real skills. So it would be, if you didn't quite get your sci-fi fix from this and you want detective sci-fi, I think the Chronicles of Crime future cases might be where to go. Well, maybe we should play the Chronicles of Crime sci-fi cases. That might be worth doing. Any other thoughts, Jonathan? Two cases. I liked his use of the newspapers. I liked a substantial amount of effort went into putting all these places that you don't need to access. I guess we didn't go through looking for the stuff that was flavor that we didn't read. Let's see if there's anything interesting. I did notice that there's a bunch, I think most of the places that we didn't read are places related to our previous case for flavor. So we can go to Morgan Tana's previous house. We can go to Eli Chang Wilkes. That's the brother's thing. He says business is moving. That's the brother in the previous case. There's the clothing place that we went to. He was the guy that was being extorted from. He says things are better. His brother ran away. He's talking a little bit about the union, but talking about our previous case. Did we go to our hotel? A little bit of flavor. Person that we might have looked up for the wrong reason. These are people from our previous case. The daughter of the old timer. There's the crank who writes into the newspaper. Wotan Dub's old apartment. Lucy Dub's old apartment from the previous case. There's all of those. Went to all of those. Went to all of those. Went to all of those, yeah. So just mainly little flavor text from previous case, which is a fun idea. John says, I think if we think of it as a work in progress, I guess it would say take another pass at this case, make the next a bit harder. I think that's a good way to look at it. In fact, that deserves saying a little better. There is nothing structurally wrong with this case that can't be fixed by adding stuff, essentially. This was actually a solid case at its core. And if you brought this to a company that really wanted to make this that wanted to address all the things we've complained about, you could do that fairly easily, right? put in a couple more red herrings, take out a couple of redundant clues, make a little more clues that could cut both ways, make an explanation somehow for a more plausible story of how the explosion went wrong, how those people ended up there. Maybe add in a few details about how it would be hard to get to this location with ID cards, etc. This just needs to be treated as a draft with a little bit more work, and it could be very compelling. It did have everything it needed to be a compelling case. It just needed more work, more improvement. Yeah, I think that's a really important thing to say. The first case may have needed more fundamental work. John says if more Martian investigations came out, he'd buy it. Yeah, I mean, if they were getting better, if they continued to get better, I certainly would. And I want to find out about those artifacts. It is a little stressful to be teased about these Martian sarcophagus creatures and not find out about them. It would be interesting to hear from Rob and David if he did originally have plans for more or thoughts about what would happen, how it would be paced out. Good time to remind people, I am working on a document that is a 10 to 13 case campaign set from 1920s to 1960, and I am focusing on planning out full arc that would explain things. So if anyone wants to collaborate and do most of the work and most of the writing, let me know, and I'll just take care of the big picture outline. You can contact me on the Board Game Geek Guild. John says, maybe Bureau of Investigation Case 2 next. I would like to play more Bureau of Investigation. I think that would be a good idea. Then Razorhurst. We have to plan Razorhurst very carefully. So Razorhurst is behind me. Let me just get it here. I want you to see what we're up against with Razorhurst. I don't know if I showed this fully. So here's Razorhurst. Okay? I just want to give you some idea of what we're talking about with Razorhurst. So just take a look at this. We've got suspect cards. Like Gumshoe, it's got their basic information. It's got fingerprint information. Okay, these are all suspects. Here's another. This isn't another stack of them. These are actually detectives you can play. You pick one of these detectives, they give you different stats. There's some gamification going on here. And then these are locations, which are like little submaps. It's a little weird the way that's broken up. Then there's a whole gamey thing here, but if you look at this, what you'll notice is this game is a campaign over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days, from 22nd of June to 28th of June. That's the campaign. Then it's got a whole booklet here on forensic methods, including fingerprints and other stuff, gun stuff. So then there's rules. It's pretty long rules for this kind of game because there's some gamification stuff. And then the rest of this, you can see I've tabbed. The rest of these are clue points. These are the repeated of the, this is just a copy of everything you've seen here. So these are the same things as we have there. I just printed them out. But then the clues have an introduction, and then, so these are clues 1 through 10, then 20 through 30, 30, so whatever. So it goes up to clue 220, basically. So there are 220 clue points, and I've indexed them, so 55 we would turn here and go to it. They're short. They're often just a paragraph or so of a page. Some are the full page, some are half a page, but they've got lots of jumping around, like a little bit of choose your own adventure. So the point is that it's a campaign over 7 days. So we are going to have to figure out what the logistics of playing this are. Like maybe try to find, when we played Adventures by Gaslight, we basically set aside a week. We played a few days leading up to Christmas and a few days after, and just played it right in 1 week shot. I don't know if we should try to schedule this for that kind of thing, or try to schedule it where we play twice a week for 3 weeks. But we are gonna, I think, have to play it in a sequence and figure out when we can play it in chunks. And so that might push this off a little bit further than jumping right into it. Let's schedule Bureau of Investigation, Jonathan, for your convenience next, and then make a decision after that, maybe to play the other 3 cases in Bureau of Investigation, cases 3, 4, and 5. If we feel like it, or mix that up with something else. But Razorhurst is a big commitment, and it's going to push everything off for a while. So let's just make sure we're ready to do it before we start it. And let's play Bureau of Investigation, second case, first, and get a feel for whether we want to play more of that before we jump into Razorhurst. Any other thoughts? Anything else to talk about? I don't want this to distract us from our discussions of this Martian investigation. So huge credit to Rob and David for doing something that most people will never dream of, making a detective narrative mystery game that actually works, that's finished. He wrote 2 cases, not just 1. A real accomplishment. Very cool to set it in science fiction. We had our criticisms, but that's to be expected. Anything else, Jonathan, about life, movies, TV? We've got a thread that Jonathan has been posting a lot on, I have as well, of movie and book recommendations on the Board Game Geek Guild for Co-op for Two. You can find a link for that under the community tab on the YouTube page for this channel, Co-op for Two. Anything else to talk about? Jonathan and I will figure out when we're going to play Bureau of Investigation case next. Maybe next week, Tuesday or so, same time probably. And I guess I'll see you there. Jonathan, if you've got nothing else to add, we'll just wrap it up. Jonathan says, I guess I'm going to go watch that Armitage 3rd anime set on Mars. No idea if it's any good. All right, well, let us know. I want to rewatch Parasite. I forget if we've talked about Parasite before. If you like detective stuff, Death Note is one of my favorite animes of all time, and it's got a real flavor of cat and mouse detective work going on in Death Note. So if you're interested, so does the anime Monster have a little bit of that, but Death Note has the best. Okay, let's leave it there. Jonathan, you and I will talk, and we'll schedule the next one. Thank you, everyone that's joined. Thank you to Rob and David for creating this game for us to play. And yeah, see you next time.